rush of air. I'm getting close to Aether's location. Guy said it would be in some kind of physical processor. An ancient ruin. Turned into a Tenakth stronghold? Could Aether be inside? Poking around's not gonna be easy with Tenakth warriors everywhere.
Regala's forces may seem strong now,
Her
but
machines took out my entire squad.
remember the visions. The old ones didn't choose their fight, but still they stood firm. They didn't falter. And neither will we. Blood of the Ten. You've come to us.
You know who I am?
Oh, the warrior with hair like wildfire who defeated Regala's champion at Barren Light. Yes, you are known to us. I am Dekka, chaplain of the Lowland clan. You've come to speak with Chief Hekarro.
Not quite. There's something I need here.
Anything you need, the chief will provide. Come.
Is that one of the visions you were talking about?
Yes,
Okay,
the records of the Ten.
I have no idea
I can show
how I
you
keep
them.
accidentally pressing this mute button.
On the way to the chief.
These visions. You said they're the records of the Ten. Who are they?
Old ones, who fought a heroic battle against machines on this very soil long ago. Their deeds are honored in the visions. At least what remains of them. To be remembered and exalted.
There used to be more of these visions?
Many more. Once this place was filled with light and sound, but over the years they've fallen into darkness, one by one. That is why chaplains are so important to the tribe. We remember all we can of the visions, etched in our flesh, passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. One day the whole grove may go dark. But chaplains who come after me will keep the memories alive.
Why does Hekarro want to see me?
We are at war with Regala. And you've already shown that you can stand against her.
I'm not here to fight a war for you.
Not for us. With us. But I won't try to persuade you. That is for the chief. He can be very convincing.
What does it mean to be a chaplain here?
We who outlast our youth study the visions and share their wisdom with our young.
What kind of wisdom?
How to be a true warrior. To fight with bravery and unflinching honor. And to know when to call for peace. You can see for yourself when we go inside.
All right, let's go see Chief Hekarro.
He's in his throne room at the far end of the grove. Come. Be welcome among the records of the Ten.
Come, soldier of 10.
It's glitched. Incomplete.
Joint Force 10 active. Led by Visions were battle. At all.
The 10 were dedicated soldiers, working together as a squad and sharing in their duty. And when the time came for battle, they took to the skies and leaped to glory. All Tenakth seek to follow their example. Before the chief, it was one of the few things the clans had in common.
Aloy! It's been a while since Bleeding Mark.
Wow, these are kind of messed up.
Any problem. 10 were defending the mountain ladder.
During their war, the 10 climbed sheer rock, braving blinding snow and wind. They stopped at nothing to protect their own.
You make them sound invincible.
They weren't. But the visions tell us of their courage and strength, something our soldiers aspire to. The Sky Clan admires this one above all the rest. They make their home in the mountains northwest of here.
10 claimed the desert. 10 seized the desert. Others raging sands. Their soldiers bring enemy lines.
What's this one about?
The 10 waged war against their enemy in the desert heat, a land too harsh for any to survive. But against all odds, they prevailed. So the Desert Clan does the same. You must have passed through their territory on the way here.
I did. They seem a little extreme.
They take that as a compliment.
Well met, Aloy. I was hoping we'd run into each other again after the flood in Bleeding Mark.
Vatika. So you did it. You're part of the Chief's Guard now.
It wasn't an easy choice, but yes. After you left, we laid Kentuck to rest, and I thought about what he said. He served
think
his
I came
clan,
straight here
his tribe,
after,
as best
so
as he could.
it was a quick
I
decision.
have to do the same.
I'm sure he'd be proud.
And he'd reprimand me for allowing myself to be distracted.
Can't have that.
Thank you again, Aloy. Strike true as the 10.
Oh, what's this? Hi, Andy. Could you please inform relevant staff in maintenance, hosting, and security of the following new opening and closing protocols? I've already briefed Dwight and Shania at Musec. Thank you, Micah. Opening the gallery rooms. Holographic displays should all be live 15 minutes before opening time. Inspect showcases for smudges and wipe with dry cloth if necessary. Inspect outdoor areas for temperature and humidity. Closing the gallery rooms. Make sure the cleaning robots have finished their sanitation rounds. Double check for restocking of supplies. Sign off on cleaning, usually with Ned. Escort cleaners to staff entrance. Final rounds. Hand over to night security through Musec. Exit through staff entrance.
Join us, 10. Deep within a rainforest. And protected in the jungle, sealed by darkness. Track their enemies.
Soldiers in a jungle. Those were the 10?
Yes, they knew how to use the jungle's depths to distract the enemy until the perfect moment to strike. Generations ago, my clan, the Lowland, looked to this one for inspiration as they claimed the jungle to the southwest.
that relic you wear. I can hear the voices.
Carefully written Karja glyphs with Fashav's personal mark, evidently part of a diary or journal. From Decker, the wise and patient chaplain of the Lowland clan, I finally learned the answer to a question that had long vexed me. Before my capture, the only Tenakth I had ever had a conversation with, if one could call it that, was a prisoner at Sandstone Rock, who spoke of taking the blood and children of her enemies as her own. Her rant seemed to confirm the lurid stories about the Tenakth I had read in my youth. Yet, in all my time in the Forbidden West, I have never seen such barbaric practices. I wanted to know if there was truth to the prisoner's words. There was. Those were the old ways. Decker clarified, dating from the constant warfare between clans of years past. Since the ascension of Chief Hikaru, such practices have been outlawed, though not completely abolished. A few stray recalcitrants and exiles still cling to them. Intriguingly, the acts themselves were never as malicious as the Karja portrayed them to be. Tasting the blood of a fallen foe was meant to honor their martial deeds, and orphaned children were taken from conquered settlements to be raised as equal members of their new clan, which was considered to be a merciful outcome. I cannot help but see myself in this context, an orphan of sorts, taken in by a new tribe. It hasn't been easy, and there are still those in the clanlands who would reject me. Still, the more I learn about my new people, the more I see a nobility that the Karja have omitted from their records.
Of the old ones. Is this true?
Join us, Student 10. Equal arranged.
Data corrupted. Exhibit allows us to hear their final moments. Using an interface donated by Sterling Malkeet, we can listen to any flight recorder that employs the industry standard AirFR encryption protocol, version 3.5.4 or later. Simply place a black box into the interface to listen to its contents. Please maintain a respectful silence as you hear the voices of the fallen.
The chief is inside. Are you ready to see him?
I'm ready.
Good. Come.
It's underneath the throne.
I will see you soon, Outlander.
The savior of Meridian. I am told you held back Regalla's forces outside Barren Light. And defeated her champion, Grutta, in single combat. Impressive.
I met Fashav there, too. He said you were a great warrior. And a man of honor.
His death is a painful loss among many. We will not soon recover from the massacre of our marshals. But if you are here to pledge your service, that could help considerably.
I am not here to fight for you. I need something in that basement. Something that will save many lives, yours included. It's not something you can see, but it is there.
I have seen it. You have named your price. Now I name mine. With my marshals dead, I need your spear. Help me defeat my enemies, and I will grant you access to the chamber below.
I don't have a price. I am not a hired killer. I'm here to save lives, more than you can count.
I count the corpses of marshals slain. I count hundreds more Tanakh, whose lives hang in the balance. I will fight for them. I will kill anyone who threatens the peace, and you will too, if you want me to open the door to the chamber below.
Okay. So by that logic, what's stopping me from killing you right now? And taking what I need to save everyone?
You could try. You might even succeed. Either way, you must fight. My way might hold off Regalla and the slaughter she craves.
Fine. What do you need?
I need more marshals to keep the tribe together. Such warriors can only be promoted at a trial by combat called the Kulrut. I've sent out a call for the competition. But since Regalla seeks to undermine me, she is certain to attack it. She'll want to kill me in front of the assembled clans.
So what, you want me to be your bodyguard?
No. To defend the Kulrut. But there is more. Knowing Regalla will attack, one of the clans had balked at sending their contestants. You must go north and force Tekote, the commander of the Sky Clan, to submit and send his best.
Force him to submit.
Do whatever is necessary. I can't hold a Kulrut with 2 of the 3 clans in attendance. Marshal Kotallo will assist you. He was maimed at Barren Light, but he can still be of use. I sent him ahead to the northern village of Stone Crest. Meet him there, and he will guide you to the Sky Clan stronghold. If you have any questions about your mission, now is the time.
I'm sorry about Fashav. He seemed like a good man.
More than a man. A bridge between Tanakh and Carja. No Outlander ever earned our respect as he did. I had hoped he would be my voice in Meridian, that peace with the Carja might become something more.
An alliance?
In exchange. The Carja have much we lack. Our deeds are written in ink upon our bodies. Our memories die with our flesh. But the Carja never forget. Their deeds are written in book and scroll.
You wanted to learn from them.
As I learned from Fashav. He will be missed.
Fashav called Regalla your greatest mistake. Why?
That is not your concern.
Really? I fought against her forces at Barren Light, and I don't even know what her problem is.
She was the deadliest of my marshals. The point of my spear.
So what happened?
Above all, Regalla despises the Carja who burned her younger brothers alive. After we turned back the Red Raids and tore down the battlements of Barren Light, she hoped to chase them all the way to Meridian. She could not see the cost of such a war, nor the benefits of peace after the Mad Sun King fell. When I accepted Avad's entreaties, she went mad, called me traitor, challenged me before the marshals.
What did you do when Regalla challenged you?
If you were Tanakh, you would know that such a challenge cannot be refused. It was not easy to subdue her. I bear 7 scars from that fight. The other marshals wanted me to execute her on the spot, but I found I could not sever the bond between us. Her loyalty had been as boundless as her rage, so I spared her. Rather than mercy, she took it as a humiliation, one she will never be free from.
So Regalla wants you dead.
She does. But that will not be enough. She won't rest until all 3 clans fall in behind her as she marches on Meridian. Who knows? With machines under her control, perhaps she can raise it to the ground.
It's been tried before.
So I hear.
What exactly is the Kulrut?
Where once the clans fought each other, now we fight as one, against the machines. That is my law made manifest in the Kulrut. Each clan must send contestants whenever I call for the ritual. These contestants face trial by combat against machines in an arena just beyond these walls. Those who distinguish themselves become marshals who bind the tribe together as peacekeepers.
You called them peacekeepers, but the marshals I met at the embassy were warriors.
Warriors, yes, but more. They renounce the clan that birthed them and pledge themselves to order and peace. They enforce my law. They settle disputes and stand for Tenakth in parley with other tribes. Without them, I cannot rule. Which is why you must ensure the next Kulrut takes place.
Why won't the Sky Clan send contestants to the Kulrut?
Of the 3 clans, they have the most defensible base, protected by a mighty wall called the Bulwark. Their commander believes he can wait out the war between Regalla's forces and my own, safe behind his barrier.
Staying strong, while you and Regalla weaken each other.
You think like a seasoned marshal. Good.
Why send me to deal with the Sky Clan?
All Tenakth respect strength, and you drove Regalla back at Barren Light.
That and most of your marshals are dead.
Correct.
What about Kotallo? Can't he do it by himself?
He is maimed, they will no longer respect him.
That hardly seems fair.
What is fair about losing an arm? Whether they respect him or not, Kotallo still has worth. He knows the Sky Clan. He was raised in their base. He will guide you well.
You said you saw what's in the basement?
I did. On the day of my greatest victory.
What do you mean?
For a dozen generations, the 3 clans battled for control of this hallowed ground. Only I achieved it. I fought for years, killed whoever stood in my way. When I had finally slain all rivals, I stood alone in the grove. Victory was mine to savor, or so I thought. Thunder roared from the east, and a bolt of blue struck this place. That chamber.
Gaia dies. And Aether arrives.
All around me, the visions of the grove grew louder and brighter. And suddenly a new one appeared before me. The old one spoke, and what they said changed everything.
What did the Old Ones say to you in this new vision?
The one called Faraday foretold the growing danger of the machines, and said we must unify to stop them. She called for marshals to enforce the peace. Then the vision faded, never to be seen again. I marked the spot where it shone with my spear, and I took Faraday's words to heart. Renounced war between the clans, trained warriors to fight machines, ordained marshals through the Kulrut. Since then, the tribe has been at peace, until Regalla attacked at Barren Light.
And the chamber, beneath the throne. You went in after the vision?
I did. Inside is an ancient device. It hummed with power. You will see it for yourself after the Kulrut. This I swear.
I'll do what you want, and go north to deal with Dakotah. But you'd better not forget about our deal.
You will have what was promised, if you succeed. Speak to Dekka on your way out. She will arm you for the road ahead.
Welcome to the Hall of Heroes. This room is dedicated to the memories of Roberto Medina, who financed and led the campaign against the federal government and its fleet of General Synthetics battle drones. Colonel Edward De La Hoya, commander of JTF-10, the brilliant strategist and veteran soldier who held off numerically superior federal forces. Colonel Ann Faraday, the legendary orator who oversaw early reconciliation efforts, and all those who lost their lives during the campaign and at the Battle of the Mojave.
Best move out. Marshal Kotallo is waiting.
Oh wait, that's the thing. Data corrupted. The job went to Anne Faraday, born and raised in the hot zone, Needles, CA, and a colonel in the Air Force. When De La Hoya instigated the takeover of bases in the region, she had been a dissenter, and so didn't fight in the war, but was instrumental in peacefully evacuating other neutral personnel. During the conflict, she became one of the nation's leading voices for a non-violent solution, which, combined with her familiarity with the region and military background, made her credible to both sides. 3 months into her appointment, Faraday gave an address to Congress, ostensibly as a progress report, but actually a ringing statement of purpose. She transcended her usual plain-spoken military directness, passionately highlighting the need for community and unity in the face of an uncertain future dominated by climate change and increased automation. It came to be regarded as one of the finest moments of oratory in Data Corrupted.
Come, let us speak.
Hello, and welcome to the holo tour of the Mojave Battlefield Memorial Museum. This tour will guide you through all of the museum's exhibitions, giving you broad insight into the Hot Zone crisis and the tragic battle that took place on these very grounds. If you wish to start indoors, press 1. If you wish to proceed directly to the crater exhibit, press 2. But before stepping outside, make sure you are properly protected from dust and heat, and help any children in your party. Data Corrupted.
Hikaru said you have something for me?
A weapon to aid your mission. You'll need it for the long road to Stonecrest. Many machines prowl along the way, and our scouts have sighted Regala's rebels in the area.
Machines and rebels. Nothing I haven't faced before.
Indeed. Head north towards the foothills. Ascend its slopes until your legs burn and the chill air catches in your chest. Then you'll know you're in the Sky Clan's domain. Strike true as the 10, Aloy.
If I'm gonna get ether, guess I'll have to play along with the
Oh, precision arrows tear.
It'll be faster.
That's what we like. Okay. That's that. This one. It's the one we want instead of this one. Okay, what do we got here? Probably gonna stick, you know.
I ride a machine. Should
Where's
try
that?
something other
Press
than
it back. Okay. did drive right past them, so they did see us.
Antimon soldiers in trouble.
Gene, get out of my way!
What the heck is this thing?
Just die already! Just die already! It's done!
Buddy, I know you did half the damage, but I am taking the loot. Where even is the guy?
I need a word.
Oh, there you are.
You've got to help my friend.
Wait. Slow down and explain.
Matea and I were heading south with supplies from Saltbite when machines attacked. I left her behind so I could get help from the Grove and ran straight into another machine. Thank the 10 you were here to help.
So your friend is still up the road, fighting machines?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'll bail her out if I can. You go on and get those reinforcements.
Will do. I'm in your debt.
Hey. Let's do it. Okay, 190 meters isn't bad.
This easy? The other Tanox should be somewhere up the road. A supply sled. Minus the supplies. And the Tanox soldier. But I'm gonna take a hit from my lance first.
Mate, like... Oh, I'm doing that, okay. Bro. Bro, like, come on.
Much better.
I like can't outrun that.
Relief.
Oh, goodness.
It looks like the Tenakth tried to salvage some supplies after getting attacked. Then dropped them in a running battle? Maybe they can lead me to the other soldier. There. Tracks from the missing Tenakth. Definitely looks like the other Tenakth ran off this way. I'll put these in my pack. That must be the other Tenakth. Hey! Vitae sent me!
By the 10, that lump made it. I thought we were both finished.
Let's clear out these machines!
More machines inbound! It's on to me.
Bro, like I definitely dodged whatever that was. Okay. Did not expect him to just dip backwards and slam me with the tail. Bam.
Giving up.
Yeah, get out of here, bro.
We've got incoming! Blazes! How are we going to take that thing down?
like I know what that is.
Attack! No time to lose!
Vata! You stubborn fool! You haven't let me down yet. Now that!
Oh my... Where did... like... What? That is some erratic movement, my friend.
There!
I realized this guy could parkour.
Almost done!
Did it! Can't believe I'm alive.
My
I
lucky
will
day.
take that razor tail, my friend.
Come on over, please. Thanks. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been machine grist.
All I did was give your friend here a little time to come to the rescue.
Ah, you're full of it. I barely escaped with my life on the road.
That I believe.
I, hope some of your supplies are still usable.
Me too. Food's always scarce. The soldiers at the Grove need the rations. No way we can trek back north to Saltbite to get more.
I'll get this one back on her feet and we'll scrape what's left of our haul of the dirt.
You're making me hungry. Thanks, Outlander. We won't forget what you did.
Stay safe, both of you.
Medicine? Ah, skills. What do we got? What do we got going on? We'll get the damage up.
I'll fill up while I can.
Ugh, no skin.
Ground's getting steeper, air's
Or
getting
the
cold.
bones.
We're getting close to Stonecrest.
Outlander. Will you trade with the...
What's the hunter got? Oh, they literally just want, like, stuff.
Watch yourself!
Ah, yes. Yeah, we'll do a quick save. Why not?
This must be Stonecrest. Cthulhu should be waiting for me. But maybe I should look around first.
Not me thinking she would.
Oh, this snow's coming down heavy.
Go on those.
Machine strike, anyone?
There's Cthulhu.
Is that the champion
What's he
from the
looking
east
at?
I see? Then I've something to share. What you've done for my people is known throughout the Clanlands, Easterner. I'd like to help you if I can, lending you my eyes and ears. Nothing happens in this area without me knowing about it. In fact, I should tell you. They say you're a skilled fighter, Outlander. But I wonder how well you'd do against Areo, one of our combat trainers at the Bulwark.
Pretty sure I can hold my own, but there's always room to learn.
Well said. Pay Areo a visit if you can.
Maybe I will.
Greetings, champion.
This valley is infested with Regalla's rebels. The scouts from the village tell us that they've been moving machines through here for days. Some they ride, others they herd along, and some they even strip for parts. Especially cannons. The path ahead will not be easy. We should get going. My orders are to guide you to the bulwark so that you can speak to Tekotteh. For all the good it'll do.
Not so fast. I'm gonna need a little more than that. What is this place?
Stonecrest was built as an outpost, back when the clans were still at war. Its purpose was to guard the entrance to the valley, as well as keep watch on what happens below. And for now, that means keeping watch on Regalla's forces. I wish we had enough soldiers to do more than just look on.
For all the good it'll do? What's that supposed to mean?
The Bulwark has stood unyielding since the birth of our clan. Behind it, Tekote believes himself to be invulnerable. If he insists on defying Hekarro's orders, an outlander and a maimed marshal aren't gonna change his mind.
Your chief seems to think differently.
And that is the only reason I am still standing here, talking to you.
What makes the Bulwark so impenetrable?
It's made of massive boulders, impervious to any frontal assault. No army or machine has ever penetrated it. I am the only thing that can get you inside. If we're done talking, that is.
Something tells me he wants to just get on with
What makes you
it.
so sure Tekote won't listen to us?
A snake safe in its lair hears nothing but its own rattle.
Come on, is that all you've got for me? Hekarro said you were from the Sky Clan before becoming a marshal. I need to know what you know.
Tekote is a petty, vindictive schemer. If he had any guts, he would have gone after Hekarro long ago. But instead, he covets the chiefdom from behind the Bulwark, biding his time, hoping that his foes will weaken one another. Is that enough for you?
For now. Why do you think Regalla's forces are driving machines through the valley?
We've heard similar reports from across the clan lands. The rebels are gathering machines from the wilds, but whatever control they have over them doesn't seem to last. So they herd them into camps. Something else happens there. Something that makes their control permanent.
An override with 2 phases.
Don't know about that. But it gets worse. We've heard rumors that the rebels are scouting larger machines. I don't know what kind.
Let's hope they don't learn how to override them, too. You were at the embassy.
I was.
I'm sorry about the other marshals.
Their deaths will not go unpunished.
You're still healing.
I will never heal. But that won't stop me from cracking any skulls that need it.
Good thing you're on my side, then. So, what's the plan?
The Bulwark is to the southwest, so undoubtedly we'll have to cross paths with Regalla's troops along the way. We'll either have to fight our way through, or find a way to sneak past unnoticed. Neither will be easy.
Never is.
Let's get this over with. On me.
How would you convince Tekote to send his challengers?
I wouldn't.
Come on.
Tenakth respect a blade, and the strength of the fighter who wields it. What good is anyone who lacks that?
Well, lucky for us, we're both good fighters, but let's hope it won't come to that. So this whole valley is the Sky Clan's territory?
Yes. The clan has defended it for generations.
Against who?
The other Tenakth clans. Even the Karja, long ago. If you want a history lesson, talk to the chaplains.
I have something in my eye. Brutal. Come on, Kotallo. Oh, that's why he stopped. Okay.
Anything out there?
Need a rest and a bite. Stiff drink wouldn't hurt either.
Hurry it up. We need to rejoin the others.
I'm carving as fast as I...
Hurry it up. We need to rejoin the...
Movement, sir. There. We're under attack! My death will not come cheap!
My death will not come cheap right as I stab him through the heart.
Have you given up?
My head!
Okay. What's that thing? Data corrupted. Column bearing southwest, data corrupted. Survivors from the Reno line, data corrupted. Horus in pursuit, data corrupted. Immediate airstrike at coordinates, data corrupted. Please respond, data corrupted. Right on top of us, data corrupted. What an exciting note.
Those rebels were gathering machine parts, maybe to make more overrides. And Tekote won't do anything?
Why would he, when he has the bulwark? I grew up behind the wall. It's easy to have a false sense of safety there. More rebels in the clearing. They will take the lead.
Use some action. Yeah. Fight would be nice.
But I need to stay sharp.
You want to look over there? I don't see anything suspicious.
Steady now.
Come on. Come closer.
Any sign of Ricaro's lackeys? Could use some grub. Like some of that cooking from Salt Lake. Ooh! Hostile down.
There. You see that?
I didn't see anything.
Dead. Recent. Get searching.
We need to search.
Body here. Who's missing?
You need backup?
Not who I was trying to silence strike, but that's fine.
We're still in this fight.
We gotta help them.
Bro, I can't see you in the bush.
They're done. Now let's go.
Wait, was that medicinal over here?
I'll need these later, for sure.
Yeah, you will. Alright, bro, let's go. Let go, let go. Frostclaw.
Back at Stonecrest, you said the rebels have been moving through here for days. By the time Tekote realizes he's outmatched, this entire valley might be overrun.
If not for the sake of the rest of the clan, I would welcome that day. To see his pride ruined. Here it is. The bulwark. Let me know when you are ready, and I will announce us.
Take this to a dyer later.
I would say I'm ready.
You there! A marshal requests an audience with your clan commander.
I didn't know there were any marshals left. We defend the path to the mountain.
Where the wings of the Ten shall find us.
All right, Marshal. I'll send the lift for you.
When we meet with Tekote, I'll do the talking.
We'll see how it goes.
Back again.
So this was home.
A long time ago. Come on.
Oh, come on! You can do better than that. You heard him. Move it. Is that Apollo?
Terrible wound. The last Martian.
Honor and strength. Go.
Well, this is a warm welcome.
An outlander and a maimed marshal. A spectacle.
Reminds me of where I grew up. I never decided which was worse. When they shunned me, or when they stopped and stared.
Right now. We're here for Tekote. Let us in.
The Sky Clan's mighty son returns. Bless the Ten.
Your chief has demanded an immediate dispatch of all challengers to the Kulrut. We're here to make sure yours haven't gotten lost on their way to the Grove.
I see. Regala must have dealt our chief a mighty blow, if he's sending you two as messengers.
This one defeated Regala's champion, Grudda, at the embassy. She fought honorably.
I had the sense to bar our soldiers from that embassy. Just as I have the sense now to keep our challengers here. If they must fight, then they will fight here. Defending our walls. Our clan.
That wall won't protect you. Not from the machines Regala controls. They're already at your doorstep.
And what do you know of the battles that the Bulwark has withstood? The blood shed upon stone.
I know it wasn't meant to be used as a coward's shield.
You were a great warrior once. But that was then. You tell Hekarro, with all due respect, that we will keep our challengers here for as long as we are safe behind the Bulwark.
I told you, words are useless with his kind. We're gonna have to kill him. It won't be easy with all his men about. Are you even listening?
For as long as we are safe behind the Bulwark, he said. Wait here. I need to get a closer look at that wall.
What? Why?
Aloy's gonna take the wall down.
That wall might not be as strong as Tekotteh thinks it is. I need to get down to the base of it and check it out.
Beaten already, Outlander.
Oh, just you wait. I need to get a little distance from the wall in order to scan it properly.
Let's get a little look-see.
Let me scan the wall. Okay, time to scan the wall.
It's literally what I'm trying to do. It's weird how it made me go far away and now it's like, go close.
Focus might find something I missed.
Am I missing something? Like there's nothing here.
The snowfall is blanketing the land. Just what I thought. There's something metal in there. Oh, that rock is interfering with the scan. I need to get closer. But how? I might be able to climb up on the left side of the wall, near that waterfall. Flowing into the wall. It's a hollow. Lots of measured way. I'll pry at them. Now, better scan that tank again. Power core. I'll bet if I blew it up. But how? Well, can't do anything else here. Better go find Kotallo.
I mean, both of these options are very good. Her option of just blowing the wall up, pretty cool. His option of killing...
My focus might see something.
What's his face? Also pretty cool.
The guard said you've been scurrying around the wall like a rat. What in the name of the Ten have you been up to?
Chakotay said he wouldn't send his challengers as long as they're safe behind the bulwark. Right?
Don't remind me.
So... we take it down.
Did you hit your head on the way down here?
I'm serious. There's something from the old world stuck in there, and it has a power cell. I could blow it up if I just penetrate the first layer of rock and metal.
Even if what you're saying is true, it would take a cannon to do that.
You're right. And you said the rebels were stripping them off machines back in the valley. Come on.
No. I'm not getting dragged further into this madness.
Hekarro ordered you to help me. You gonna defy him like that arrogant shit up there?
That was an unkind comparison.
The rebels might have made camp northeast of here.
And then what? The two of us go up against all of them?
Yep.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh, you may lack sense, but you don't lack courage.
So, back there with Chakotay, it seemed like there's bad blood between you two.
There is. If we make it through this plan of yours, perhaps I'll tell you.
I'll hold you to that.
We're getting close to where we saw the rebels before.
Well, it looks
Reach,
like the rebels just
how
got a lot
are
of
you?
firepower.
Ready? Move out!
Hello, hello. Oh, that's a big one. It's so weird because I haven't touched it since last time. Maybe I'm just talking louder, sorry.
You wanted your cannon, and that thing has them. This won't be easy to take down, especially with this.
I'll handle the big guy. You focus on the others.
I'll follow
Let's
you
try
in.
that.
Any more and I might drown.
Maybe I should see if there's anything I can use to take that thing down. My focus can help.
Load up, squad! Soon we march!
Okay, let's get some tagging done. Mechafin. I like it. Oh, it's trying to do a corpse, okay. Chill water, okay.
Low if I hit it with the right ammo.
I like the names, they're fun. That has like no ammo. That was quite the jump for a huge hulking elephant. Bro. There's no one here. We're good. We're good. Pew, 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 pew. Okay.
Think you can take me?
Yes, I do. Oh, that guy, maybe not. But you? Absolutely. Where are these archers, man? Like, get out of here.
Lateral movement!
I don't even understand what just happened there. Just was up there and it blew up and that was it. Maybe I should stealthily find more pew pew pews.
To take that thing down. My focus can help. Shade's heavy weapon.
Soon we march.
That could be useful.
The Sky Clan will fall.
Fire won't do much.
Caro without his marshals.
Finish that wretch.
I do like the stealth finishes. They're quite satisfying. Okay. What is looking at me? They shouldn't look at me because I'm extremely shy.
They're down.
Is it someone up here? Was it this one? Oh, this one is the Tremor-Tusk. Okay. Okay, never mind. Let's just dip back. Chill water.
The right kind of ammo to detonate that.
It's those two.
Never mind. Let's hope it was nothing.
Okay, yeah, this guy's coming back. It's the what?
I think someone's sneaking up on us.
Come check it out, my friend.
Someone must have
Oh,
seen
sorry,
something.
the mecha fan. My bad, my bad. I only said that name because it's written there in front of me.
We lost them.
We
Let's
did
head back
lose
so
them.
we don't get ambushed.
Turn round. Turn round. Oh,
They're down.
that's what the other person is. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay. I think it was when I found the Tremor-Tusk there. And thought it was a person. And then I was right up on the Tremor-Tusk.
you with this.
Okay, like who? Oh, there's more guys over there. They new? Are they fresh meat for the grinder? There or there? Okay, that did a solid amount of damage. I am fairly happy with it.
Get out of there! You son
No, 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 no.
Pain subsiding.
Okay. Oh, oh. Yeah, speak for yourself. Like, how does he lunge like that? He's like hulkingly large. Let's get these turbos on. So quick. Okay, I think this tearing is the way.
freeze it!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh yes, barrels as well. Come on, take out the ton.
Shut of that.
Goodness, those things move so fast. Those projectiles. Is that guy just standing around? Like. comes through the one gap. Okay, go, 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 go. Oh, what's this? Oh, Trematusk Tusk.
I'm out.
Oh, but I have to keep scanning it over and over again. It's kind of annoying. Let's get this grass. Okay, where are those barrels?
Flipped it! Good! You've underestimated.
No shots left.
Oh. Oh, I'm out of machine muscle. Ugh. Okay, let's try these out. I think that's Blaze, so should go. These freaking cannons, man. Oh my goodness. It just fires those at me when it's not even looking at me. Okay, if I get another sneak drop on it, I can probably take out the Blaze stomach. firing on my boy. There we go. That's what we were trying for. Nice. Jeez. It's a little nuts.
I'm not looking forward to hauling this all the way to the bulwark.
Here. I may be maimed, but I've still got a strong back. After you.
It's so sad that he just has lost so much self-worth. Poor guy.
Hey, you fought well back there.
I did not think we'd survive. But killing the rebels and their machine, it was good to take the fight to them for once. You really think this thing will do the job?
I'll know soon enough. Can't let the cold distract me.
Here it is. But you don't just need a cannon. You need a miracle.
Coming right up.
Well, go on.
Okay. Gotta blast away some rocks, so I can expose the power cell. It's working!
Exploding. This isn't gonna work.
Well, isn't this impressive? 2 children playing siege. I hope they haven't hurt the bulwark's feelings. Come now, stop embarrassing yourselves. And leave this poor mountain alone.
This is your last chance, Takote.
So
You can still answer Hikaru's call.
This is your last chance. You have it backwards. Leave this place, Savage, now. And take this cripple with you.
this was the point of that battle. To show this guy that he isn't safe here. And that he needs to send champions to the chief. And stop being an a-hole.
What have you Done?
Can't hide behind the wall anymore, Takote. Now you have to join Hikaru.
Never. Never. We will rebuild it. Immediately.
You are not safe. The bulwark couldn't protect you from a single cannon, let alone an army of machines.
Yes, the cannon.
The only pathway to safety is to unite against Regalo with your chief. You decreed that no challengers would be sent, while the clan remained safe behind the bulwark. So send them now. Unless your word means nothing.
Send them.
I didn't hear you.
Send the challengers.
I look forward to seeing the Sky Clan's colors in the arena.
Nicely done, Marshal. What's gonna happen to this place?
They'll have to live without their wall. But that's better than living apart from the tribe, as pawns in Takote's foolish schemes. If you want to check up on them, talk to Jera, the chaplain of the clan. If anyone needs help up there, she'll know.
Yeah, maybe I will.
I'll take my leave then. I need to report to Hikaru.
I'll see you at the culvert.
Good. We may need another miracle there as well.
Maybe I should go up there, see if everyone's all right.
That was a weird loading
And
screen.
find this chaplain, Gara. It might also be a good idea to resupply before I head back out.
Yeah, let's find a stash, get some medicinal berries.
The trials at the hunting grounds are hard.
I hear nothing.
Are you Chaplain Jera? Kotallo said I should talk to you, to see if you need help.
Bold move, Wallbreaker, burying Takote's pride beneath the bulwark's rubble.
I was just...
Yeah, it's pretty good.
At ease. Many in the clan agree with you, and Marshal Kotallo was right to send you to me. There is something you can help with. A few of our soldiers followed him to the embassy at Barren Light, against Takote's orders.
Right. I remember Kotallo showed up last, with
This is
only
the
a few
way.
representatives from the Sky Clan.
When those soldiers returned home, Takote reassigned them to an old watchtower, one we had abandoned to the machines. He insisted that with war brewing it must be reclaimed, but those soldiers are serving no one out there. If, however, they were to return by request of Hikaru's champion, Takote wouldn't have the backing to deny them, especially when their chaplain supports their return.
Tell a few soldiers to come home and give Takote another black eye? Sounds easy enough.
Go to the Cold Rushes, a long stretch to the west. The watchtower stands beside the falls. Speak to Kiva there, the squad's leader. Good luck.
Ooh, there's a few quests around here. Guess Takote should choose his words, though.
My brother will make it.
What's going on here?
The Wallbreaker. Jekka's brother here went off to get
Ooh, I
himself
like that
killed.
nickname.
He'll finish the climb. I know it.
Not likely.
My brother Pento left to climb the March of the Ten, to get his soldier's mark. They were supposed to be done by now, but he's not back yet.
Jekka! Lataka! To your training, now!
Your brother should have stuck to his cleaning duties.
Would you mind checking up on the march? If I leave, my squad leader will kick my ass. And I don't want anyone thinking I'm worried about my brother making the climb, because I'm not.
I get it.
You can't miss the path markers. They're by the waterfall west of here.
If I head that way, I'll see what's going on.
Thank you.
No slacking, soldier!
I'm coming, I'm coming. Pento, you better stay safe.
Okay, what do we got? Just the one over here somewhere.
I don't care what you say. She flew. Can I ask what you're arguing about?
Oh, Sariva won't let it rest. She insists our comrade Farika flew on the wings of the 10. But I say, hanging onto a Stormbird for dear life isn't the same.
A Tenakth rode a Stormbird?
She went up in the air. But rode is a strong word.
Ha! You admit it.
You're talking about her like she's no longer around.
She's not. After she grabbed onto the machine, it flew off with her to that mountaintop.
The Stormbird still circles the peak. But we never saw Farika again.
It's sad. What a way to go.
I'll say. A shame no one can reach that mountaintop. She was a great soldier with armor to match, and it serves no one lying up there.
I'm a pretty good climber.
No doubt. But unless you want to try what Farika did, there's no realistic way to get up there.
For now.
Were her feet off the ground?
I could jump off a cliff. My feet would...
Oh yeah.
Wings holding up?
$300 just like that. That's not bad. Don't run from me. Yeah, you get to witness something rare. Me on a mount. Okay, let's get past the Scorcher site. Crocodile that I didn't see until I was right next to it. It's a medicine here, and we like to see that.
Jera said the old watchtower should be near the falls. Time to tell those soldiers to head home. There's the watchtower. I need to talk to their squad leader, Kiva.
Okay, where are they at?
Are you Kiva?
I am. And you. You're the Outlander who killed Regala's champion at the embassy. Ram Squad was there. We saw your duel. Pavalo still owes me shards.
Wait, did the snow go?
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence. Chaplain Jarrah sent me. It's time for you to go home.
Jarrah's cracked then. There's no way our commander will allow us to leave our post. Not after our insubordination.
Things have, changed at the Bulwark. Tekotteh won't be able to stop you.
Really? He's finally
That's
been
super
taken
weird.
down?
I must have just not been paying attention.
All right, then. The last member of Ram Squad is on duty at the tower on the mountain. Let me recall him. That's odd. Ezeko always answers. One of us will have to go up.
I can get up there easily. I'll check on him.
Much appreciated. The start of the climb is just across the falls. Try not to break your neck, yeah?
What's going on?
We're moving out, back to the Bulwark.
You're shitting me. What about Ezeko?
The Outlander.
That's what she has. Like the bow.
Strong smell.
Hey, leave my guy alone. He's just trying to mind his own business. I'm just trying to miss every shot that I take. Oh, the horn.
Once is enough.
Yes. My sweet, sweet horse. I think it might be a warthog. Warthorse, if you will. Hey! Who attacked you? Oh, this guy. It's from a while ago, I just left it over here. Oh yeah, I started late. I stayed later at work than I expected.
Well, not really, but running out.
so I haven't been here all that long. Let's get to this climb. I did not mean to put that down. Oh, and it just dismantles it like... Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's Friday, so it's all good.
This must be the start of the climb. The watchtower should be at the top.
Oh. Oh yeah, I have... I've been live for almost 2 hours. I didn't realize it was already 11. Yeah, me too. I also like the fires.
Skydrifters. Circling the watchtower. That's not a good sign.
It definitely
I'm
is.
getting
Like, it's
closer
so
to the
easy to
watchtower.
lose time.
Looks like I have to climb higher.
Oh, I think I remembered the name of the bandit camp guy. Like the guy that helped you clear bandit camps in the first one. I think it was Nil. If I remember correctly.
I gotta take out these machines before I can look around.
Yeah, there is. I've got to go back to like the first couple bits and like... Hey, as if that has like a rocket blast like that, like... Okay. I agree that Rufio is a much better name.
There.
I definitely dodged that, my friend. What? I always forget I can slow time. The thing just like slithered like a weird snake. Oh my goodness. I can't override them yet. Unfortunately. Seems like a fairly pointless zip line. What must be him? Oh, here. Oh, he's dead.
Judging by these wounds, the Sky Drifter surprised him. At least it was quick. Eva sounded her horn. It's a different call from before.
Is that an emergency?
I'd better get back down to the watchtower and check on them. The watchtower's under attack. I need to get down there fast.
How far does this go? No. I think I have to do a cauldron first.
Swooping into battle. Those machines are in for a surprise. Oh, here we go.
Yo, what's up?
The 10, the Outlander glides.
Oh, these are glint hawks. That's why they're considerably easier than those other ones. Nope, not what I'm trying to do. It'd be cool if I could fire my arrows from the glider, and then it would be true death from above. Excuse the bad shooting. Glinthawk beak. That's fun. Nothing like shooting the beaks off birds.
No machine's too tough for Ram Squad. Well, 2/3 of Ram Squad, plus the Outlander. Thanks for the assist. Is the Zeko on his way down?
Actually, machines got him. Took him by surprise. I'm sorry.
What? He was the first of the squad. Our best fighter.
He's gone, Kiva. It's just the two of you now.
Damn, Tekotteh. All we did was go to the embassy. Follow Chief Hekarro's orders? And what do we get for it? A death sentence dressed up as guard duty. All because Tekotteh has a vendetta against the chief.
Well, that ends now.
Yeah. Thanks, Outlander. Here. This is for you.
So much sad death.
Pavalo! We're moving out.
Tekotteh's politics got one of those soldiers killed. At least the other two get to go home.
Got 5 skill points again. Okay, resonator, burst fire. That's probably good. It's this one. We like new combos. That's fun. I also wanted to update the quest. This one.
Charge and take them out.
Outpost? What's that thing?
Machine's weak against frost.
Is that like a giant bear? Okay. Level 40? I don't think so. Guess we'll come back to that.
Judging by these markers, that climbing trail Jekka talked about must be nearby. I should check up on her brother while I'm here. Hey, where am I?
Is this all of us?
Like, that's literally snow. So you can probably get up there, Aloy.
The way that wind picks up, there's bound to be mountains.
Those Tenakth look wounded. What happened?
Wellbreaker. If you've come to witness the March of the Ten, you're out of luck.
Actually, I came looking for someone called Pento.
Pento? That poor scab was as good as dead even before the storm hit.
You're out of line, soldier.
What's he talking about?
Kid you're looking for is still up on the mountain, along with 2 others. Pento was the only one who decided to break tradition and climb without a partner. His odds aren't good. I'm sorry to say they never were to begin with. As far as being Tenakth goes, he's got most of it backwards.
So what? You're all just waiting here?
It's very
Shouldn't we be
nonchalant
calling
about
for help?
this.
Couldn't find anyone in that storm, even if we wanted to. Those kids are at the mercy of the mountain now.
We'll see about that. But first, a couple of questions. Why is everyone so sure this Pental can't climb that mountain?
Our people are soldiers. We respect strength and agility. Pento has neither. Never has. He's been stuck on cleaning duty since he was a child. Yet he decided to undergo our clan's most difficult trial on his own.
And you think he's crazy for trying?
I'm not a fan of that word. When I chose to wear a woman's armor, people called me crazy too. I guess Pento just feels like he has to prove himself, to show who he really is. I understand, believe me. But that climb is hard enough, even without a storm.
What is this march you mentioned?
This is one of the toughest slopes in Sky Clan territory. It's said that the Ten climbed this mountain in pairs during their war against machines. Our people partner up to earn their soldiers' marks by following in the Old One's footsteps and retrieving the Blood Crest, a flower that grows on the summit. Until Pento, that is. He insisted on climbing on his own.
You mean no one wanted to climb up with him?
I tried to stop him, but there were technically no rules against it, so I let him pass.
That sounds familiar. The Nora have a similar ritual. No one wanted me in that one either.
Their mistake, I presume.
Yep. I could try following the path up the mountain. See if I can find Penta. You said there were 2 other climbers missing as well?
Just one. The other is right there. Zika!
Rocco and I, we were climbing back down. There was an avalanche where we got separated. I couldn't see anything.
Someone's gotta go up there.
You can barely see your own feet in that storm.
Except I don't need to. I'll be back.
Are you wounded?
If the storm gets too rough, I can always use my focus to find those climbers. I should follow the markers. They'll lead me to the start.
Nice. Some watches.
Markers. I'm on the right track.
You want some of this?
Sounds like someone's putting up a fight. That lock needs help. I can keep going.
Sir? Excuse me, sir? Trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
You okay?
Not really, but I'll live.
Your climbing partner, she said you got separated during an avalanche?
My partner? Yeah. The avalanche caught us off guard. Swept me up like a twig.
I was sure I was a goner. Then someone grabbed hold of me and pulled me out. It was Penta. He risked his life for me.
Did you see where he went?
Up that cliff behind you. Said he was gonna finish the climb. I told him it was suicide, but he wouldn't listen.
Can you make it back down on your own?
Yes. You're not going after him, are you?
Go. Get back to Wakata before the storm gets any worse.
May the Ten be with you.
I have to find Pento before he gets himself killed.
Loot.
I should use my focus to pick up Pento's trail. Those must be Pento's tracks. Let's hope I can catch up to him. It looks like the avalanche destroyed most of the climbing path. The missing soldier must have climbed up this way.
A minute ago she referred to him by name, and now she's just like the missing soldier.
Pento made it past here. The path must have collapsed after him. Maybe I can glide across.
Ooh.
I need to get past this trench.
Yeah, that's what I did. Let's get up there.
This'll break my fall.
I definitely pressed that too late.
I should try
That one
gliding
was
over
my
to the
bad.
other side of that trench. I made it.
Okay.
I should be able to pick up Pento's tracks again.
Get out of my way!
Let's hope that's Pento. Looks like he could use some help.
Looks like he's got it. Stop.
Who's there?
A friend!
You got a weak spot!
Didn't know it could do that. I knew it could do that though.
Last one. Bet a cook can do something with this. Penta?
Do I know you?
Wakata sent me. We need to get off this mountain, now.
No. I'm not going back there as a failure. I am getting that flower no matter what.
Look, I know what it's like when your tribe looks down on you, but you—
That you understand why I'm either gonna get to the top of this mountain or die on it. Thank you. What are you doing?
This climb is meant to be done by 2 people, right? I'll be your partner.
I'll follow your lead. Here, take this.
Looks like the trail carries on here.
Cheers, mate.
You know my name, but I don't think I caught yours.
It's Aloy.
No? You sure you want to involve yourself with the Bulwark's biggest loser, Aloy?
I like to make my own judgments about people.
You know, it's not like everyone can be born with a sword glued to their hand. What was that?
I don't know.
Maybe it's just the wind.
It's a dead end.
There's a climbing spike left over from the original path. Not that it's of much use right now. Sorry. That was amazing!
I'll knock this tree down! It should let us reach the climbing path!
You won't hear me complaining.
She just knocks trees down all the time. Hench. Gotta take a breather. Hodgins is in agony. Still can't see a signal. Fed drones are doing flyovers. Hopefully these trees will give us some cover. We're gonna have to keep climbing. Told Hodgins he better not give up on me. As incentive, I made him a bet. $1,000 against his precious Wayfarers in the championship tonight. They're 30-point favorites, so all he has to do is make it to the top and he can lord it over me for the rest of his life. That ought to keep him going. Interesting that that's a climbing point.
That's some climbing gear you've got.
Thanks. It's time to start climbing.
I mean, isn't this Minecraft? I mean,
that doesn't sound like any Stormwind I've
I
ever
thought
heard.
it was.
Almost there.
I just installed a really nice
This is
texture
it.
pack.
I can't believe we actually made it.
Let's
get some wood. Frostclaw. Yes. As if I wasn't already
Sorry, there was
wary of
something I
bears.
needed to do. You were talking before I left?
Frostclaw! Just what we need.
We can handle it. Come on.
What the heck? Like, he just summons icicles? Like... So I'm truly not feeling that.
Now I need more.
Honestly, like, I want to play Minecraft again. It's been ages since I played it, like, properly. And, like, they've added so much new stuff that looks pretty cool. Like, I think when I last, like, played, it was just before they added, maces. So, like, quite a while ago. It's like 1.3 something. Maybe 1.4.
Down it goes.
Okay, Aloy, get out of there. 3 HP, oh my goodness. Jeez.
God! Come on! This way, Aloy!
Wait up!
Oh yeah, I think I'd be interested in that. That'd be pretty cool. Like, it's nice to, like, not be doing it alone. In some aspect, you know? I used to play with a bunch of, like, friends from school and everything until I, yeah, like... It's always a lot of fun. Like, we made, like, a big old
I take
village
this
and
with
everything.
me, and I'll be a real soldier.
Storm. It's easing up. So, how does it feel to make rank?
Pretty great, actually. This means everything to me.
You know, even if you go back with that, it doesn't mean they'll treat you any different.
Honestly, I think I just need to prove
Oh,
to
thank you.
myself I could do this.
He's not quite there
I
yet.
should go back.
He's pretty
Let
young
the others know
still.
I'm okay. I'd like to take a moment, if you don't mind. I'll be right behind you.
Of course.
But I am looking forward to the day I can play it with him.
I can probably reach the bottom of the trail faster if I use my shield wing. And get a nice view, too.
Almost missed this. So, that was fun. Almost got blasted to high hell while Hodgins limped around in the open trying to get a signal. Good thing Mojave was listening. Command sent in the jets. Drones never stood a chance. So now we know the feds are happy to kill the lot of us to get their hands on our land. Well, not today, suckers. Hodgins' leg is a mess, but evac should be here soon. He'll make it. Guess I'm out $1,000. Money well spent. Still hate the Wayfarers, though. Well, that's very kind. Thank you. Which way is it that way? It is. That's ominous. Is this the way I came? I'm sure it is. It's down.
Everything looks so peaceful now that the storm has passed.
Maybe I can get to that tall neck from up there.
Making good use of this. I should be reaching the bottom of the trail soon. Pento can't be far behind. There's everyone.
Pento can't be far behind. I just
find
lied it
Pento,
down the
Outlander?
whole thing.
He got himself killed, didn't he?
Don't say that.
Aloy, you return alone.
Where is he?
He's my brother.
You can't go crying like that, Jekka. You're the sister of a proper soldier now.
Pento!
Ow! I bring you the blood crest as proof of my march.
And with my blessing, you join our ranks. May you find your path on the wings of the Ten.
You've gotta be kidding me! Him? A soldier? Please. Flower or no flower, we all know all he'll ever be good for is cleaning everyone's shit.
I think we're done here.
Nice. We love a Scottish kiss.
Better put some snow on that, or it'll bruise. Thanks for saving my life. Maybe when I get my own soldier's mark, we can fight in the same squad. Give me a chance to return the favor.
He's cute.
Go on. I'll catch up. Here. Something to commemorate our climb. May the Ten always grant you victory, Aloy.
I'll see you around, Pento.
It's a fun nickname for it, but yeah. I love it. It's one of my favorites. I did see the Uncharted movie. I went and saw it at the drive-in theater here, which was a lot of fun. I guess you probably also saw it. Yeah. Yeah, it had some good stuff in it. Oh, you've just seen clips. Okay. I enjoyed it. It was pretty good. No complaints. Although I've still yet to play the games fully, so I like have the collection, but I have not
Outlander,
got around to playing it.
Chief Hikaru and Marshal Kotallo await you within.
The cool route should be starting soon. Once it's done, I'll be able to access the chamber below Hikaru's throne. And Ether.
She did.
Outlander, the chief awaits you in the arena, past the throne.
Ooh, look at this. It's the one with Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 in it. Among these was Colonel Edward De La Hoya, commander of JTF-10, a deeply charismatic officer with family ties to Roberto Medina. De La Hoya grew up near the Arizona-Nevada border and was responsible for having the task force based near Tucson. Several of his subordinates had families in the area. All of them were apoplectic about 73H, despising it as an unforgivable federal overreach. The threat of being driven off their land, no matter how uninhabitable it had become, resonated with soldiers throughout the unit and beyond, many of whom were from conservative states or areas affected by climate change. As the Mercosur agreement took shape, Medina consulted with De La Hoya, who then took the case to his top lieutenants. Everyone agreed that the federal government was likely to send drones against the water fleet. De La Hoya, who came to prominence as a pilot, told the others that he was prepared to single-handedly take on the drone squadron in Data Corrupted. Ooh, that'll be fun to find and see.
This must lead to the arena.
Oh, there's another thing. To all guests of the museum, please remember to wear light protective clothing when visiting our outdoor exhibits. Dust goggles, gloves, sunshades, and respiratory masks are available free of charge at the service desk near the corridor. The crater area has been scrubbed of all radioactive materials and is therefore completely safe. Radioactive materials.
It's another part of the ruins. Turned into a fighting ring.
And this is another crate that I will take from.
This could be useful.
Aloy, it seems you've had to move mountains to bring the Sky Clan to heel. Literally.
Kotallo helped.
Yes. Tekote reprimanded for all the clan to see. You both served well. But now the cool route is at hand. Some have come to compete, others to bear witness. They know
Oh, okay.
I'll do whatever it takes to hold up my end, as long as you remember yours. So what's the plan?
Kotallo.
There are only two viable ways to attack the arena. Through the throne room you just passed, and by the trail on the north end. We've set up barricades at both. But if Regalla means to assault the cool route with machines, she will have to attack by the trail.
You will join our defenders there. Hold the line, and I'll have my marshals. You will be free of my service and receive your reward.
Yeah, the radioactivity
Whatever preparations you must.
thing.
Once the cool route begins, you must see it through.
The grove, the arena, it's all part of the same ancient structure?
Yes. Here the land remembers the sacrifice of the Ten. Their deeds commemorated for eternity.
Sacrifice?
The visions tell us that on the ground below, they gave their lives in a fight against machines. We honored them by holding the cool route where they fell.
I know where I'll be. What about you two?
I will be here with the chief, where I belong. Should the fight reach us, we will take the blood owed for our fallen.
If it comes to that.
I think the arena's just...
defenses will hold.
They turned whatever crater they were talking about in the data point into the arena, is my
Get this
guess.
over with.
Good. You'll find Deca at the north barricade
that-
with the rest
I
of our defenders.
Don't think so.
Strike true as the 10.
No, I
I'll
haven't.
see you when this
What
is
is
done.
that?
Your enemy is mine.
This cool road will honor the fallen marshal.
Whatever Regalla's plan.
There was indeed a crater.
Some people are placing bets on the cool route.
Skill will determine who becomes the marshal.
We'll assist Marshal.
Oh, I can't right now. I'll try and remember to at the end. What's this?
This will be a
Could be an awesome sports arena with the walls and crater and everything. Would totally see a game here. 10 out of 10. But bring in a hot dog stand and a lot more bathrooms. Also a roof, an AC. Man, it's hot here, and it's not even noon. Jesus. Richie Davenport, Orlando.
real show of strength.
Oh, okay.
Good day. It's clear Hikaru
You're watching history, Outlander.
Oh,
More than courage to prevail.
you mean the,
Ceremony, not entertainment.
the... Yes. Yes. Those. Yes. I did watch those. Orlando. It's obviously, I guess it's like like a tourist came from Orlando.
Mr. Cote. This looks, of course.
Look, comrades. Easterner.
Didn't think the Sky Commander himself would be joining us today.
If there's a chance, my challengers will be facing Regalla.
Yeah, I saw the hollow
Right,
thingies.
Commander join in their fate.
Forgot they were
Or
called
maybe we need to
visions.
save face after what happened at the Bulwark.
Careful now. Sometimes sharp wits bring out sharp spears.
I'd save my spear for Regalla's troops, if I were you.
Yeah, it's certainly not Florida.
Hikaru's defenders should be at the end of this trench.
We must hold. And look, we are not alone in this fight.
Oh, there's a ladder here. Okay.
Focus on the machines. Take them down. And Regalla's forces become no different from our own.
Yes, Chaplain.
Watch each other's backs. Dismissed. Our soldiers are ready. They will defend the cool route from below.
Oh yeah, she's scared.
But from above.
Not bad. Where did you get it?
One of our squads ripped it off a fallen machine. The honor is yours. Regalla may have her tricks, but you will show her our teeth.
Thunder! The cool route is upon us!
Yeah, I agree.
Our struggle demands new blood! New leaders!
It's a nice range of people.
Release the quarry!
And it makes sense for this as well, right? Because, like, obviously they have to stay in shape to be able to keep doing things.
Challengers!
Like, there's no... You can't be sedentary in this world, right?
All who take down a machine shall be named Marshall. Remember the 10. Strike from the air as they did, and seize your glory.
Yeah, that's true. So anyway, I started blasting. Sir. The next. Excuse me, ma'am.
That can't be all of them.
Yeah, it's very true, and like a lot of Western society, I feel.
There. What is that?
I don't know.
I love It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's so funny. Nice one, Aloy. What the heck is this thing? A sandworm. Oh my goodness. Say this. Oh, it's the snake. We love the snake.
Get to the weapon! If I can draw that thing close, open fire! Hey! That's right, over here, you big worm!
Take this thing down.
Yeah, big worm.
Hopefully the Tenakth will take a few shots from that ballista.
No, no, no.
Let's bring this thing down!
I'm a snake. Keep rolling like where it's gonna be. Oh, okay. I guess it being semi-trapped under the rocket ship or whatever definitely hindered it a good amount. There's this. It's a lot in comparison. Trying to tell me to use something other than the basic gas weapon. What's up, bro? Gonna waste my shot. We're not in any rush, I'm just gonna get some medicine.
This isn't finished! I'll be back with everything I have! And all who stand with Hekarro will be run red.
At attention. You fought well. Proved yourself against enemies both metal and flesh. I name you all Marshal. Your first order is to secure the arena from any remaining rebels. Go. I failed. I should have finished Regalla. But now she'll be back with more machines. Stronger than ever.
I'll do what I can to help.
No, you've done enough. Far more than our bargain called for. When we first met, you spoke of your true mission on which all depends. I wasn't certain if I believed you then. But I believe in you now. So leave me. And get to your task.
What will you do?
Tend to the wounds. What you need is there. Take it. Your deeds today will be remembered like those of the Ten.
This is it. Aether's below. It's gonna leave a mark.
Didn't quite expect a drop like that.
Come on, Aether. Time to go home. Yes. Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Restoring Aether subordinate function to original code.
Got it. Now to get this back to Gaia.
The vision from the grove have changed. The words of the Ten are now clear to us. Here, this must be the vision that Chief Hekarro saw years ago. All of the visions are changed, and this one just arrived. Aloy, here, let's talk. Please, Aloy. The visions throughout the grove are different now. And this one, it just appeared. Is this your doing?
Visions have changed.
That's the one that inspired Chief Hekarro.
More testimony of the old ones.
Hear now the words that reunited a people. Following the tragic events of the war, Anne Faraday, the chief architect of the reconciliation effort, addressed a nation in need of hope.
If we look into the future, the lens of the recent past, our fears loom. Wars waged against machines, scarcity of food and water, storms that drive us from our homes. But true courage means facing those fears with conviction instead of cynicism. Leading the peacekeeping effort with these brave men and women, these marshals of the new Southwest, has strengthened my conviction that when we are united, we can overcome any threat. Join me. Join us in that conviction as we strive for a nation and a world without want or war.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty, Commander. I'm coming with you.
But Hekarro needs you.
Because of you, he has new marshals. And a rallying cry the clans cannot ignore. So I will stand with you on your mission. Give whatever is left of my life. It is what I choose.
How can I say no to that? Zoe. There's someone who wants to join us. I need you to meet him in the foothills and guide him the rest of the way.
Will do, Aloy.
Go to the mountains, west of Plainsong. A friend of mine will meet you on the ascent. I'll join you when I can.
A friend of yours? Should be interesting.
Good day. All right. I need to get Ether back to Gaia. Seems like capturing it did something to the other holograms, too. Might be worth checking out.
Not bad. Oh, there's a weapon over there I've had my eye on.
May honor
Join
call.
JTF-10 for a covert operation deep within the rainforest.
That was
Now more
clumsy.
abroad, JTF-10 protected assets critical to the insurrection. Deep in the jungle,
It's so
concealed by
true.
unknown darkness, they laid their traps for their enemies.
Regala's coming for Hekarro. It won't be long.
Discover how JTF-10 claimed home field advantage in the desert. JTF-10 seized key assets all across the desert. Where others feared the Mojave's raging sandstorms, JTF soldiers
Oh yeah, probably.
cover, crippling enemy supply lines.
It's a good point.
Your spear shall lead us.
He's like, that's how you get so much done? Because there's like several of you?
Any climate, defenders in even the most remote mountain landscapes.
Aloy,
Out in the field
a
or
word,
relaxing
if you
in
will?
base,
Be your
Joint
enemy's
Task
foe.
Force 10 acted as one.
Honor and
Led by
strength.
Colonel Edward de la Hoya, their bodies and weapons were always honed for battle. Meals, ink, bruises. These daredevils of the sky
Aloy.
shared it all.
Do you have a moment?
Ma'am, I am trying to watch the visions.
Blood of the Ten, Aloy. Regala denied. The truth of the visions revealed. I doubt you have enough skin to mark all your deeds.
We'll just have to remember them then.
Well, thanks to you, the chief still lives. And hope remains. But that's not why I wanted to speak with you. I need a favor. A personal one. My grandson, Kavo. He was not counted among the dead, which means he must still be with Regala's remaining forces.
He was taken prisoner.
No. He joined them willingly. Like many young soldiers who seek to mark their skin with distinguished deeds. I must search for him. Convince him to come home.
Yeah, that's true.
Chief Hekarro cannot spare any soldiers for this task, so my blade is alone in this. Unless you'd be willing to join me. I know it is much to ask after all you've done for us.
I love
Kavo
her
is the last
outfit.
of my blood.
It's so nice.
What made Kavo join Regala's rebellion?
For some, Regala represents a chance of vengeance against the Karja. During the Red Raids, it wasn't easy to turn the clan's back at Barren Light. Many wanted to pursue the Karja all the way to Meridian.
So when Regala attacked the embassy, they took it as a call to arms.
Yes. But others?
Oh
the
yeah, there's
young
no doubt
especially,
about that.
care only about the glory they think they'll earn by
touches many
hunting
lives.
Reed's old enemy. As for Kavo, it was probably a bit of both. And a youthful desire for a cause to get the blood burning. Nothing I said could stop him.
So if Kavo didn't listen to you when he joined the rebels, what makes you think he will now?
Kavo was too young to fight during the Red Raids. War was a stranger to him. But he must have experienced the suffering it brings by now. He will listen. He must. I just have to find him before it's too late.
You said Kavo's your last living relative?
Yes. Before Chief Hekarro, the clans warred constantly with each other. Every skirmish claimed another comrade. One by one, I buried my children. And then their children.
I'm sorry.
I tried to vent my grief on the battlefield, but I never found comfort there. Only in the wisdom of the visions. And even so, I still couldn't prevent Kavo from following the trail of blood.
She said grandson.
If Kavo joined Regala's rebellion of his own accord, will Hekarro let him back into the tribe?
The chief knows the value of mercy, and the toll of unending bloodshed. It's the rest of the tribe I'm more concerned about. They won't quickly accept someone who betrayed them. Even with my support, it won't be easy.
But you have to try. I'll help you find your grandson, if I can. Where do we start?
A while back, our scouts reported Kavo's squad left one of Regala's outposts in the hills to the south. His squad never returned, but the scouts also spotted one of our own being held captive there.
So we'll start at the outpost. If we free the prisoner, maybe they'll know where Kavo's squad went.
Shall we head out?
I have some other things to take care of first. I can meet you there.
I'll wait for you on the hill crest southeast of the grove.
I did
we'll
get
make our way
Aether.
to the outpost from there. Until then, strike true.
That's why we have fancy
You know
visions.
what's a waste? That we didn't kick them all back here for good. I think the desert clan will triumph.
Going down!
Be always vigilant.
The tribe is a...
Champion, I fear we must lean on your strength and generosity again.
Just tell it to her straight, Ducka. The tribe needs the arena. She's our only hope to getting it open again.
You need the arena? But the cool route's over.
Yeah, when
That's
things
true,
happen,
but
they
We
happen.
also use the arena to boost the tribe's morale.
We use it for training. Herd in machines so our soldiers can experience the glory of the kill. in a
Oh yeah, I
controlled
get it.
setting.
Whenever
Which,
I'm
of
watching
course,
someone, I'm
boosts
always going
morale.
AFK
But
and coming
Chief
back.
Hekarro won't let us reopen the arena until the ballista protecting the field is repaired.
We need it in case a machine runs amok, and it was damaged during the cool route. The parts we need aren't easy to find.
I get it. You need me to hunt down some machines and grab the parts.
We'd ask someone else, but every squad in the Grove is on alert. But the task is not without compensation, right, Kala?
Of course. Once the arena is open again, I would be honored to invite you to compete. A wide variety of machines will be available.
And I will award you prizes for victory. Not just from the arena, but also for medals won at hunting grounds. You'll be able to trade them for some of the tribe's very best gear.
To fix the ballista, we'll need a sinew from a rollerback.
Yeah, I did get a
along with
couple of
some
side quests
bristleback
done.
tusks. Both kinds of machines have been spotted near a campfire to the southeast. When you're done, bring the parts to me at the maw of the arena, on the northeast side of the grove.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
One more thing. If you're going back into the wilds, I have another duty tied to our soldiers' morale. A regrettable one. Every Tenakth soldier carries a tag carved with their squad symbol. Rebels have been hoarding the tags of the soldiers they kill. You might find such tags at any enemy outpost. If you do, bring them to me. I'll make sure they're returned to the
those
soldiers'
birds were
squad mates and loved
awful.
ones. Having confirmation sometimes soothes their grief. And there are bounties involved, if that matters to you.
I've already found some of those tags.
I don't have anything to pay you with here. Bring them to me at the maw of the arena when you can.
Thank you, champion. And please don't forget the parts for the ballista.
Okay. Oh, that's close.
May your blade be bright.
Guess I need to head southeast to find that rollerback. And I think I saw a herd of bristlebacks not far from here.
Okay. Wait, when did my mount die? It's sad. Oh. Blighty.
Aloy, the outpost is just over there. Are you ready?
I'm so
The
ready.
rebels aren't going to give up without a fight.
Then we'll have to give them one. The bloodshed won't end until Regalla is defeated. What matters is their prisoner Nakala. Maybe she knows where Kavo's squad went.
Okay, let's head in then. Good glide in. Another outpost full of rebels. Time to find whoever's in charge and take them out.
I don't even see any people in here. Oh, there we go.
Could use that in the fight.
There! Ah! You! Alarm! To battle!
Can just keep swapping between fine and not fine.
This only ends once!
Who do you think you are, my friend? Yeah.
Let's find that coward! You killed my friend!
You found her.
I'll grab this now.
Where'd they go?
It's up to us.
My blade is yours! This'll be over soon!
You okay?
You think they're in that grass? The hunt begins! She won't get away!
Is that the head?
I can switch it up.
I'm going to kill you!
It was a nice effort. You gave it your all, and for that, we commend you. So if this guy moved his little frickin' head right, and so I was about to hit him in it. Come on.
We strike together!
that grass.
Come and fight!
Don't mind it. That's all of them.
Our scouts said they saw Nakala tied up at a wood post.
Let's look around.
There, that's the post.
Well, no Nakala, obviously. But maybe the rebels moved her. I can look for tracks. There. Tracks leading away from the post.
Where do they go?
Blood. From the rebels or Nakala?
She's like, how are you doing all this?
Dead end.
No. I think there's something under that wood.
Take my hand, Nakala. Steady now.
Where am I? Chaplain? Is that you? And with an Outlander. Whoa. How'd you end up down there?
Rebels had me strung up. They thought I'd give up intel about lowland squad movements by letting me bake in the sun. Managed to slip my bonds and make a run for it. They made me pay for that. Last thing I remember was a crack on the head and the taste of dirt. How'd you end up here?
We're looking for Kavo. His squad was last spotted leaving this outpost.
Yeah, he was here. It was his squad that attacked us on the road. My comrades got away, but I was taken. Kavo tied me to the post himself. If you're looking for him, Chaplain, I'm afraid you'll only find a dead end. His loyalties are clear.
Do you know where his squad went?
I overheard them mention Fall's Edge.
Then we'll pick the search up from there. I'll go ahead and meet you at Fall's Edge, southwest of here.
Dekka, if Kavo attacked her squad?
No! He's not lost to us yet. We have to find him and turn him from this path.
Okay. I'll see you there. What about you?
That's so
that
rough.
wound needs to be looked at.
It'll scar. I just need to rest a bit, then I'll report into the Grove. I'm telling you, Bloodhair. The chaplain might not want to hear it, but her grandson is a traitor.
I guess we'll see about that.
Oh, cauldron.
claws and shredding jaws weren't enough.
Time to follow up!
That's a lot of acid. Yeah.
Shock ammo could help. That's all the tusks I need. Now I just have to find that roller back Kala mentioned. Get the part she needs to fix the ballista at the arena.
Is that a monkey?
An outpost. Guess this marks the start of lowland territory. I could resupply before moving on.
Take a look at this stranger. You're the outlander who stood against Regala and her rebels.
If it means we're good here.
Don't worry. I'm not here to drink your blood. Or whatever you Easterners think we do. The slaughter at the embassy wasn't your fight. Yet you stood by the marshals. As far as I'm concerned, you're no enemy of the Tanakh. You're gonna need help if you plan on surviving the Clanlands. I hear and see many things as a scout. I could share them with you, aid you on your journey.
I'd be grateful.
Well then. I hear you're good at fighting rebels. Our trainers could give you a tip or two on how to take them down. You should go to Thornmarsh, southwest of here. I don't think Tanalo would mind helping out Hikaro's champion.
That's good to know. Maybe I'll pay him a visit.
hunter. Oops. Thought it was like a weapons dealer. That's interesting. I don't know why.
Tread carefully, champion.
May your
The
enemies
lowlands.
Feeling exposed out here. Without the cover of the jungle. Acid's not gonna hurt it much.
Oh my goodness. Tiff, thank you so much for the raid. How's everyone doing? How are you? How was your stream? Ark, hello, welcome in.
There's Fall's Edge. Becca should be waiting for me in there.
It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm getting on with Forbidden West here. It's going okay. Thoroughly enjoying it. Uncovering all the secrets of the Forbidden West. It's stream was great. Wasn't expecting to play until 3:30 in the morning, but alas. Sometimes games just do that to you, and it's Friday night. It's okay. If there's a night to do it, it's a good one to do it on. Send help. Alright, there's my little marker. Are you still on Near Automata at the moment? Oh, nearly fell.
The stories told after a day at the hunting grounds. Now those are true soldiers' tales.
Okay, there's a chaff.
I'm telling the truth.
Listen to him, Oroke.
Not a chance. He's a traitor.
Dekka, what's going on?
Aloy, I'm glad you're here. This is Oroke, leader of Fall's Edge.
So you've enlisted the Chief's champion in your dull-bladed efforts.
You must be Cavo, then.
My grandson. And a soldier trying to right his mistakes.
Or trying to lure us into a trap. My scouts caught him, sneaking
Oh,
around on the
it's
outskirts
good.
of the village.
I wasn't sneaking around. I was coming to warn you. The rebels are planning an attack. They're going to send a machine straight through this village. I left my post when I realized what they were planning. You have to believe me.
Where are the rebels now?
They were hunting for the machine north of here. I can show you the way.
The only thing you'll do is face trial by combat. You betrayed your clan. Your chief. Blood
Oh,
and
you
blade
hadn't
don't
finished
start
Yakuza? I thought
I'll
I
fight
thought
whoever
you
you
had,
want.
because it's
After
been a
we
while
stop the
since I
attack.
saw you play it. But yeah, this is really good. Like, I like how much they've fleshed out the side quests and the errands and everything. You know, it's just nice to see
Why destroy this village?
so much life.
I thought Regala's fight was with Hikaru.
Hikaru was a lowlander before he was chief. Unlike the Desert and Sky clans. We stand behind him without question. Fall's Edge is a strategic midpoint between the Grove and our capital on the coast.
It's true. Our orders were to cut off Hikaru's support from the Lowland clan. But I thought that meant disrupting supply routes, not slaughtering an entire village.
You said you defected after you found out about the attack. Why'd you change your mind?
When I joined the rebels, I thought Regala was going to lead us into battle against our old enemy, the Karja. But all we've done is kill each other. And for what? Pride? Vengeance? So when my squad leader told us about the mission to destroy this village, I left my post.
Don't believe his lies. Anyone who deserted the tribe to join Regala knew exactly what they were getting themselves into.
Not everyone.
If Cavo is telling the truth, this whole village is in danger. We have to find and stop these rebels.
The rebels built a campfire north of the river, near the cliffs. I can show you the way from there.
Okay. Open it up, Oroke.
No. I won't give him the chance to escape. The traitor stays here until his trial by combat.
Then I invoke blood for blood. I will take Cavo's place until he returns.
You're making a mistake, Chaplain. The clan needs your guidance, not the lies of this bare-armed boy.
The right has been called. Cavo will go with Aloy.
Then I'm going to. If the boy speaks truth, you'll need my blade. If he lies, I'll run him through. I must make arrangements here first. Then I'll bring the boy to the meeting place.
Fine. I'll see you there.
I'll bring the boy. Such distaste. mean, probably rightfully so, to be honest. Oh, I only have 3 of those.
The campfire that Cavo mentioned should be nearby.
What's taking so long? They should be here already.
Someone's waiting ahead. Rebels. Friends of Cavo's. Going to have to take them out to get to that campfire.
What's the word? Should we go and check? No, our orders were clear. We hold this position until they arrive.
Yeah.
All clear?
Waterfalls are the best. Oh, I've seen the corpse. Okay, I was like, you shouldn't have seen me. I'm crouched in this inconspicuous grass. I can take the last one. Oh, okay, or I can just silent kill him.
Are these rebels waiting to ambush whoever showed up? Cavo has some explaining to do. Better wait at the campfire for him and Hiroke.
It's true. They've done a good job.
I can refill my pouch with these later. Found a few of your friends.
Yeah,
when
the
I got
shields
here,
are a
Cavo.
pain
You're
to
not
take
off to a
out.
great start.
They must have been out on patrol. I swear on the 10, I didn't know.
No,
they'd be
I've
here.
seen before.
What did
You
I tell you?
can't.
His lies are an
I don't
open sore.
think you can.
Better
I've
we
walked
cauterize
over
it
them
now
and
than let it fester.
No, I'm telling the truth.
nothing's happened.
Untie him.
No notices.
As you say. But this is a mistake.
And my weapon?
If you think...
Just give it to him, Hiroke. We need to get moving.
Lead the way.
Up this way.
Where are you leading us?
The rebels are stationed at the nearby cliff falls. I took this path when I left my post. The others won't be expecting anyone to come this way.
Or they are. And
Yeah,
we'll
that would be
skewer the
nice.
moment we arrive.
Like if you could actually have a shield.
There's the
Like
cliff
as
falls.
a shield.
And there's no one there, as I suspected.
Let's just keep going.
I don't like this.
Ah. The good old side climb. Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Where is everyone?
No rebels, no machine. What did I say?
Over there, by the falls.
Oh, a behemoth.
Right here.
Let's end this.
Okay, don't really understand what happened there. Sorry, what? Just, yeah, it is quite the bot.
Where is everyone?
Just one hit killing
No
me.
rebels, no machine. What did I say?
Over there, by the falls.
Blood of the Ten.
Last we hope.
Runs through Falls Edge.
Machine was born.
The village stands no chance.
Let me stop them. Right here.
Come on, load up, load up. And again. Good job. Oh, I accidentally went on the acid. Oh, 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 oh. Where is this guy?
Here! Don't let your pack run empty.
Sir? Oh, Emmy. I'm sorry. Hello, how are you? Let me... I don't know why it did this. I fixed it.
Everyone? No rebels, no machine. What did I say?
Over there, by the falls.
Blood of the Ten.
Let me pause. I just died. I'm sour about it. No, let's mute that. We don't need that. How is everything going, Emmy? It's nice to see you. I guess you probably just woke up.
If that thing runs through Fall's Edge, the village stands no chance.
Then we stop them. Right here.
On your lead, Aloy.
Nothing will stand in our way now! Grab your gear. We march on Fall's Edge.
Okay, I obviously just have to approach this differently because... Oh, you woke up 3 hours ago. Okay. 6 a.m.? No, 7. It's earlier than I would like to wake up on a weekend. Although I do often end up at 7 because... child. Oh, dog. Right. I get it.
I'd use acid against it.
I'm not resting.
Come on.
I'm being shot at! Combo! You led them right to us! We got her!
Okay. Where did those people go? So that is not right.
Don't let up!
Pain subsiding.
Normal arrows, please. Is that everyone, other than the big boy machine? Oh, there's another. Bro.
Stop her!
is the machine. This is shady. Shady, shady, shady. Oh, there it is. Out of there. Get out, get out, get out. Loot.
Let's go.
I'm empty.
That hurt. That hurt. So did, like, where did that come from? That also hurt. Can you stop throwing rocks at me? Just, yeah, accept your death.
We did it.
That was so close to death. Oh my goodness. You saying "don't you die" kept me going. Thank you.
Cavo, you're bleeding.
I'll be fine. What matters is the attack was stopped.
Because of your warning, you saved many lives today.
Come on. Let's get you back to Falls Edge.
I guess I cracked some ribs, too.
Go on ahead. I'll see him back
Okay.
to the village.
Okay.
It works again.
I'll let Dekka know what happened.
I think Streamlabs just like the sound alert's working again. I don't know why it wasn't working. But it's working again. I'm thinking of swapping over to OBS because Streamlabs just seems to suck, so... Dickie said, OBS is good, so I trust his judgment. I wasn't there when you said the final dates. You said that you had a trip that was suddenly coming up, but I don't think I heard the dates. Oh. Yeah, it's true. Okay, what is this thing? Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's my cue to leave. To the 8th of August, San Fran, and then Atlanta till the 16th. Oh, that's a decent amount of time. Have you looked at stuff to do while you're there? Yeah, I feel like that's, like, the best, right? Like, if you have to travel, then at least you can kind of do something. Celebrating your birthday in the plane. Oh my goodness. We did that once with my dad. Like, we flew for a holiday in, like, the east coast of North America. And so he flew on his birthday. And so he ended up having a 29-hour birthday. So the time difference. It's always fun. I think I took a wrong turn.
Outlander. Come and trade.
Which, what day's your birthday? Oh, yeah. Yeah, and like San Fran as well, it's like 9 hours difference for you, right? You'd be in my time zone. Oh, so it's the day you leave. Well, I will try to remember to say happy birthday to you.
3 leave, only you return? What happened?
Cavo was telling the truth. The rebels had a behemoth. Cavo was injured in the battle, but we stopped the attack. Aroke...
Regrets that he doubted the boy. Your grandson proved himself to be honest and brave, Chaplain. He's loyal to the
yeah,
Order.
33-hour birthday.
He's earned his freedom.
It's
But
a
it'll
long
take
one.
many more deeds to earn back the rest of the clan's trust.
I'll do whatever it takes.
yeah, that's true. A full 33 hours.
Thank you, Aloy.
Indeed. Falls Edge owes you a great debt. May this begin to repay it.
Thank you.
As soon as you're healed, I have so much to show you.
Oh, that's so
Welcome
fun.
back, Cato.
Oh, that's interesting. What's this workbench?
Who shall I beat at
Oh, it
machine?
must be up. Yeah, I feel like most people don't forget their birthdays.
Trade. Watch your step out, man.
Okay, what do we got? Okay, yeah, this is the one that I have. When's mine? Mine is March 8th. So, still a while. I had it fairly recently. Majority of like my family and my wife's family have their birthdays in the first half of the year. So they're all just squashed in. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at those and see if they're any good. Wrong button. Oh, and I have 8 skill points. Okay. What's this? Resonator Blast. Critical strikes deal more damage. Very nice. Resonator damage. Sure. Why not? Oh, yes. Oh, oh yeah, it is Saturday for me now. I was gonna say, he told me it was Sunday, and I'm still like, it's Friday. But it's past midnight, so it is Saturday. Okay, where's this fire? Oh, you checked my time. Yeah. Okay, Emmy, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the bits, and sorry about the lack of jump scare. Hope your work stuff is okay, and I'll talk to you soon. During Dickie's stream, I presume. Let's get in there. Oh, yeah, true. When I wake up, I'll probably hop on again as well. I think I'll probably go to sleep,
Like
get up,
this? Oh,
stream,
you're not waving a hammer around.
raid
Aaron.
Dickie,
Try a gentler
play with
touch.
Dickie.
And my big sausage fingers don't really do gentle, okay?
Bring it back. Trace the line. To your right. Other right.
I just saw it. It's the one Aloy found up north. Gotcha. They call it a concussion beat party or something. Yeah, now that's music.
Aloy! Erend, you're all better. And you're here.
Varl said you might need some help after all. Doing, complicated things.
We still have much training to do, of course. One does not become hunter in a day.
Each seed grows at a pace of its own. Doesn't mean it won't bloom. You should know your Tenakth friend arrived.
Kotallo.
I heard their warriors drink people's blood. I want to sleep with one eye open.
I think he's seen enough blood for a lifetime.
I showed him to one of the rooms. He seems to appreciate the privacy.
Looks like you've got things under control. I should get this to Gaia.
Right. We'll keep on training. Catch up as fast as we can.
I'm seeing glyphs in my dreams already.
Well, while you've been off gallivanting around, I've been working with Gaia to find out more about the land gods. So from where I'm standing, you're in need of some training. Come along.
Okay. Oh, and I delivered your message to Talana. She headed for that Oseram camp you two were looking for, to the southwest.
I'm telling you, the old ones put blades on their feet and...
Danced on ice.
That doesn't sound safe.
Does sound fun, though.
Hey.
Hey.
A nice place.
Well, it's not like I built it or anything.
Right. Well, I can see why you had your doubts about bringing us along. It is a lot to take in. But, don't worry. That's nothing I can't handle.
Right. How are you settling in?
Varl's been helping me get the lay of the land, when he's not getting all tongue-tied. I don't know who makes him more nervous, that Gaia lady or our new Utaru friend.
What about the Vanguard? Aren't you supposed to be back east, ordering them around?
I sent some of them back to Meridian with a message. I doubt Avad will mind me sticking around to help the savior of Meridian.
So, you've met our new Tenakth friend.
He's, quiet. I thought his people were supposed to be bloodthirsty maniacs.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you trust him, so do I.
So Talana came by the base?
Yeah, more like rushed through. I was hoping she'd stay for a drink at least. Only Carja I've ever met who's any fun. But it seemed like she had more pressing matters to attend to.
I see Varl gave you a focus.
Well, it doesn't look as fashionable on me, but By the Forge, the things I've been able to see. Granted, a lot of them are bad, you know, the old world ending and such. I'm still trying to wrap my head around most of it, but I never really understood how you were ever able to find my sister back in the Sundom. And now I do, sort of. It makes me feel like I could be useful, you know?
It takes some time, but yeah. I guess you know what we're up against by now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When Varl first told me those bastards come from the stars, I thought he'd eaten too many of those medicinal berries. Yeah, but I've gotten used to seeing impossible things, thanks to you. I just wish they weren't always trying to kill us.
Yeah, you and me both. I have to go.
I guess it's back to reading.
Wow, this place is starting to come alive.
Yeah, and Gaia placed all the data she got from your focus into that archive room. With the focuses you gave us, we'll be able to access it at our own pace. You know, learn and train. And if you need us, we'll be there to fight at your side.
Got it. Thanks, Varl. I'm guessing you've spoken with Kotallo?
I wanted to pay my respects for those who fell when we were ambushed at the embassy. Told him I'd never seen anyone throw themselves at a machine like he did. He said a warrior shouldn't be praised for fulfilling their duty. For a second I thought I was talking to my mother. Never thought a Tenakth and a Nora war chief could have so much in common.
I'm guessing Talana didn't stay for long?
You got that right. Makes you wonder what this Amadis guy did to grab her attention.
Whatever it was, she didn't tell me.
Must be quite a story.
I guess she'll tell us when she's ready. How's everyone handling their focus?
And we all have our difficult moments. Erend definitely curses the most. But I'm hoping Oseram's stubbornness prevails.
How's everyone doing?
Just taking it all in. No one snapped their bowstrings yet.
How's, training with Cell?
You know we really are training. Mostly. Look, she reads glyphs faster than I can already. I'd be a fool to refuse her help.
Of course. You guys reading something over there?
We just finished going through all the logs you collected back in Nora territory, and All Mother Mountain. It's hard to imagine that my ancestors were trapped inside, without the knowledge from Apollo to guide them.
Thanks to Ted Faro.
Yeah. I wonder how it must have felt when they were finally free. The world must have seemed so beautiful.
Not to mention terrifying. They weren't much more than kids.
And they became an entire tribe.
Looks like I was wrong about the Zeniths. Their ship didn't explode on its way to Sirius like everyone thought.
And we saw how they lied about creating a better future at their launch facility. Guess they lied about what happened to their ship, too. But still, a tribe settling amongst the stars.
I couldn't put a single dent in their shields, Varl. That one Zenith almost killed me.
That didn't stop you from resurrecting Gaia. Won't stop us from using Hephaestus against them.
Let's hope that's enough. Think you can hold the fort while I'm gone?
If Erend stops listening to the same music over and over again, maybe. We'll be fine.
Varl looks happy about his training partner.
Learning is best done together.
Have you gone back to Plainsong at all?
I thought about it, but I wouldn't know what to tell them. The chorus already thinks me a thorn in the thicket. If they knew what we did to Fa, even if they understood, there'd be little they could grasp about all this. No. For now, I must leave the tribe behind.
Sounds like you met my friend Talana.
Yes. The Karja Huntress. I haven't seen armor like hers since the Red Raids. But Varl tells me that she too suffered at the hands of the Mad Sun King.
Yeah. She's one of the good ones. Trust me. You've spoken with Kotallo?
A few words. Tenakth don't have much use for us outsiders. You must have made quite the impression for him to offer his fealty.
So you've been talking to Gaia?
Yes. She was kind enough to take me through some of the history of the Old Ones, including their demise and the heroic actions of her creator, Elizabeth Sobek. I was surprised to see she was you. Past, but reborn? Not that I claim to understand how.
You've been getting to know Erend, I assume?
Of course. Any friend of Varl's is a friend of mine. In this case, a very loud friend.
What are you up to?
Gaia was kind enough to put together a list of glyphs used by the Old Ones. She helped me decipher some of the data you've collected, and showed me how to use the focus to help the process. It's not easy, but it's been working so far.
That's good to hear. I see you've settled in.
Gaia did say this place was built for us, so we could regain control of our lands with her terraforming system. Nurture them like the land gods do Plainsong's fields. It does strike me as odd that a place of life should have so much metal.
Did Gaia tell you anything about the Zeniths?
She did, though it wasn't exactly easy to believe. To think that there are places among the stars where life can bloom as it does here, it is humbling, to say the least, and heartbreaking that such life should be bent on destroying ours.
So, how does a tribe like the Utaru manage to maintain the peace with warriors like the Tenakth?
By holding them off. When our fields bloomed aplenty, the Tenakth looked upon our lands with envy. But Plainsong's dishes provided sanctuary and high ground to keep invaders at bay. In the end, even the Tenakth saw sense in a truce. The Utaru promised to provide the Tenakth with food from our crops every year. In exchange, the Tenakth would relinquish one of their own, a veteran, to train the Utaru in combat. This custom was abandoned a few years after the derangement, but some veterans still remain in the plains.
I've been meaning to ask, what's the deal with you and the chorus? You didn't seem to be on the best of terms.
That's what happens when you're the one Utaru who insists on publicly defying them. Twice. When the Karja invaded the Utaru plains, they did more than just attack our villages. They burned our fields, took our people as slaves, and murdered those who were too weak to make the trip back to Meridian.
To be sacrificed in the Sun Ring.
I was helping the healers back then, as waves of refugees swarmed into Plainsong. The chorus was divided in how to face the invaders. Some saw sense in raising arms. Others believed the dishes would keep us safe, as they had many times before. And while they bickered, I buried the seeds of the fallen.
It couldn't have been easy. Seeing your people suffer while the Karja invaded your lands.
I come from a small village near Plainsong. My grandmother used to say there was no seed that wouldn't grow there. I moved to the dishes when I decided to apprentice as a healer. When the Red Raids began, I thought about going back. But the injured kept pouring into Plainsong, day after day. So I kept putting it off. One day, I woke up to hear a Karja raiding party had ransacked my village during the night. I rushed there with the healers to help the survivors, but there weren't any left. The smell of burning flesh haunts me to this day.
I'm sorry, Zoe.
I made it a point to appear before the chorus as soon as we returned, to demand that we take a stand against the invaders. I was denied. So I left to fight on my own.
You said you set out to fight the Karja alone?
I did. But it turned out I wasn't the only one. News of my disagreement with the chorus spread through the plains. Before I knew it, I had more than a dozen Utaru warriors ready to follow me into battle. We knew we couldn't take on the Karja armies head-on, but we also knew the lay of the land better than they did. We ambushed smaller raiding parties, sabotaged their supply lines, and hit their encampments at night.
Sounds like you were a force to be reckoned with.
Enough that the Tenakth took notice. When the clans began to push the Karja back east, they let us join their ranks. We chased the enemy all the way to Barren Light.
You said you were at Barren Light when the Tenakth defeated the Karja?
Tenakth marshals climbed the cliffs of the Daunt under cover of night, then attacked from the other side. Before we knew it, the gates were open, and the full force of the clans burst through. What happened next was not something I like to remember. When all the dust and blood settled, I smelled it again. The stench of burnt flesh. Our enemies defeated. What was left of my squad returned to the Utaru Plains. I went back to Plainsong. But even as the harvest passed, it didn't feel like I'd truly returned at all.
Is that when you became a grave singer?
I thought soothing the suffering of others would somehow appease my own. Then you came along and gave me a choice. I could either sing at people's graves or fight for a chance to keep them alive.
I'm glad you chose the latter. Right, I should probably go.
I shall return to our training then.
Looks like someone's made this space their own.
I see you found Varl and Zoe's room, Aloy. I believe they wanted private accommodations.
I see.
Is your focus acting up again?
That's fine.
I don't quite understand this. Aloy.
It's good to see you. I'm guessing you've got a lot of questions?
I've been told of our enemy and their intentions. Your friends showed me to the vision you keep in this place, Gaia, and gave me this focus. I don't pretend to fully understand everything, but all I really need to know is where to train and when to fight.
Welcome to the team, then. You said the Bulwark was your home a long time ago, that you were part of the Sky Clan.
Yes.
That's all you're gonna tell me?
Fine. As you wish. My parents were killed in a clan skirmish, so I was raised by my squad. As I grew older, I came to be known as an accomplished fighter. Tekotteh took a special interest in me. I fought by his side against the Karja, and led my squad on a dangerous climb into the Daunt. It was I who opened the gates at Barren Light from the east side, allowing the Tenakth to raise it.
That must have gotten you some attention.
Indeed. I was welcomed home as a hero, and I was content.
Then why'd you leave?
I became a marshal.
Why did you leave the Sky Clan to become a marshal?
I was sent to the Kulrut by Tekotteh. Back then, I would have obeyed his every order. I believed in him, like one would a father. I was too blind to see the fear in his eyes. Fear of a rising young warrior challenging his command of the clan. I returned a hero from the battle at Barren Light. But to him, I was only a threat. Never occurred to him that I had no interest in rising above my station.
Why did Tekote think you wouldn't be a threat to him if he sent you to the Kulrut?
Tekote knew that if I survived the Kulrut, I'd be forced to forsake the clan to serve the Tenakth as a whole. I'd never be allowed to challenge his command, even if I wanted to. After our victory at Barren Light, Tekote spoke to our people, said it would be selfish to rob Hekarro and the marshals of a warrior like myself, even though he knew perfectly well I had no intention of ever leaving. It was exile, guised as an honor. One he knew I couldn't refuse. So I became a marshal, and never looked back.
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I am not. Though it pained me at the time, a marshal is what I was destined to be.
When we were at the Bulwark, the guard said something about the Wings of the Ten. Hekarro also mentioned it at the Kulrut. Dekka, too. What does it mean?
The visions tell us that the Ten flew on great metal machines with wings, and leapt into battle from the sky. For us, to imitate this feat is the ultimate expression of martial prowess, and it is why the challengers leap into the arena during the Kulrut. Many times I imagined it as a child. The feeling of freedom, and the awe it must have inspired.
What did Chief Hekarro say when you told him he'd be joining me here?
You spilled rebel blood at the Grove, and helped reunite the clans. There was little more to be said. He understood.
Well, I'm honored he lent me his best marshal. At least for a little while.
Indeed.
What are you looking at over there?
The others have been helping me decipher the symbols the Focus shows me. So, I thought I'd try to understand the weapon you intend to use against the enemy. This Hephaestus, it will be able to make machines that answer to Gaia?
Yes.
How many?
As many as we need.
Such power. Has the world ever seen the like?
Now that you know who the enemy is, do you have any questions?
I'll admit, I find them hard to grasp. From the heavens. And invulnerable.
For now.
I will leave the strategy to you. I trust you will point my blade where it will cut the deepest.
You've had some time with the team now. Any thoughts?
I admit, I was surprised to see Nutaru here. Farmers don't make for effective soldiers.
I'm told she rallied some in her tribe against the Karja, and fought all the way to Barren Light.
Interesting. Perhaps I'm mistaken.
I should go. Feel free to check in on Hekarro and your people. Door's always open here.
I will. May the
Yeah.
Ten walk with you.
It's sweet. We love a good team. Oh yes, that's what I'm doing. So caught up talking to the team that I'm taking Gaia
Welcome back, Aloy.
out of herself.
When you're ready, please merge Ether with me. Afterwards, I must discuss an important matter with you.
So, what did you want
That's a
to
nice
discuss?
touch.
While you were away, I received an unusual transmission on my dedicated Aletheia frequency.
Aletheia. That's one of the sub-functions you couldn't detect before.
Yes. The transmission occurred so slowly that at first it seemed like an accidental blip of data amongst background static. Once I noticed this irregularity, it took some time to collate the complete message.
Coordinates. Where does it lead?
to a mountain to the northwest of this facility. A word of caution, Aloy. It is possible this transmission is genuine. It is also possible it is being broadcast by someone or something else.
You don't think it's actually Eleuthia?
I am uncertain.
What's SOS?
It is an old world code. A distress signal. A desperate plea for help.
Why would Eleuthia send a coded transmission on a frequency only the two of you can communicate on?
I believe it was done as a precaution to avoid detection, or at least to create the appearance of the desire to do so. I am also uncertain why Eleuthia would expect that I would be able to detect and respond to its distress signal at all. As far as it is aware, I no longer function.
Okay, so either Eleuthia is in trouble and sent the message hoping you were out there, or someone else is trying to get us to go to these coordinates, pretending to be Eleuthia.
That is my conclusion as well.
Could the Zeniths be sending the transmission?
According to the data I reviewed on your focus, the Zeniths recovered the other Gaia root kernel in the Hades Proving Lab. It is feasible they used it to gain access to my internal frequencies.
So, maybe they sent it thinking you'd respond and reveal your location.
Possibly. However, the transmission is highly irregular. If they intended to provoke me into revealing myself, I would expect the communication to be
sus.
routine.
Right. So maybe it's not them then. You said the coordinates lead to a mountain to the northwest. What's there?
I have no record of anything of note in that vicinity.
Okay, and what about the other number in the message? 237. Any idea what that means?
I have queried my available databases, but it does not appear to have any significance. Perhaps its meaning can only be understood at the indicated coordinates.
All right, I'll go to the coordinates and check out the source of the transmission.
All by yourself? Ha! No way.
I included Erend and Varl in this briefing via their focuses. I concur that you should not investigate this alone.
What if it's a trap?
Of course it could be a trap. But if it really is Eleuthia, then it's in trouble, and I need to bring it back. Don't worry.
Oh, what this signal
We're coming
is?
with you.
Fine. Go grab your things.
We'll wait for you at the west exit, in case you need to upgrade your gear.
Gaia,
What's this?
what is this?
It is a control console for a drone-based imaging system connected to this dome. I will transmit the relevant data to your focus.
Huh. So this Cyclops is a network of drones to monitor the deteriorating biosphere conditions. I guess it was meant to display on the dome, but the drones aren't connected anymore. If I find the drones out in the wilds, I could get the data from them, use it to reconnect them and restore the display.
Aloy.
Okay, what's
That was
Gaia got to
sneaky of
say?
you, patching in Varl and Erend to our conversation.
I mean, that probably
I am
is the
pleased you
next quest I'm
accepted their
gonna
help.
do.
Is there something you wish to discuss before you depart?
What can you tell me about Demeter?
Demeter sows, fertilizes, and tends to plant life.
So once I bring it back, all the blight out there will start to get better.
While permanent restoration requires the abilities of Hephaestus, I may be able to improve conditions in the region for a while. However, a word of warning. Like Ether and Poseidon, Demeter's response to my query was highly irregular. Alone and frightened, It may have taken measures to assure its security.
Yes, definitely lots to do.
I'll keep my guard up.
I know, I'm like
The missing subordinate functions.
trying to
What can you tell me
decide
about them?
when to go and like do all the little side little question marks on the
Eleuthio
map.
was responsible for gestating, nurturing, and acculturating a new generation of human beings. Apollo was tasked with preserving, organizing, and disseminating vast archives of human knowledge and cultural achievements.
I was going to do it now, but now I'm intrigued by this
Apollo data was purged on
message.
the 2nd of February, 2066, by order of Ted Faro.
Pharaoh, huh? I really hate that guy.
Understandable. He appears to have been pathologic.
Wait, I
All
listened to
three
that
of the missing
before.
functions have already served their purpose, or were. Do you still need them?
If attainable, yes. Restoring their... perhaps Artemis and Apollo, however.
So, Poseidon. What do we know about it?
Poseidon controls the organic and chemical composition of water resources. Once it is restored to me, I may be able to improve conditions in the regional watershed. But I must warn you, like the others, Poseidon is lost and frightened. It may have taken measures to protect itself.
That one I had already listened to. That's why I fast forwarded it. I accidentally clicked it. I listened to it when we first
You
opened
mentioned
up
that the
Gaia.
superstorms have subsided. Is that Ether at work?
Yes. Thanks to Ether's capabilities, weather patterns in the local region should mostly stabilize for the time being.
That'll be a relief for the Tenakth. One of their villages is still recovering after a mudslide caused the whole place to flood.
I will continue to stabilize the atmosphere for as long as I can.
Why did Ether take up residence in an ancient war museum?
As with the other subordinate functions, Ether needed to install itself
Yeah.
in a processor with adequate storage and power. One in the museum appears to have been sufficient, given that the holographic displays were still active.
So Ether was assured it could stay for as long as it needed to.
Correct. Though it is curious that it chose a place surrounded with the ancient ruins of aircraft.
Maybe it also felt at home there. How's Katalo doing?
I detect that the loss of his arm still deeply pains him, though he has not voiced his thoughts. I may be able to assist in his recovery, should he be interested.
Really? I'm sure he will be. How are things around here?
Zoe has been studying the morphology of her land gods, in an effort to understand their sickness. Without the abilities of Hephaestus, I am unfortunately unable to correct their programming. However, Zoe and I are hopeful we will find an alternative way to heal them.
Well, keep at it. Varl and Zoe seem to like spending time together.
Indeed. While studying Old World data, Zoe discovered references to a dietary lifestyle known as vegetarianism. She appreciated the similarities with Utaru practices and encouraged Varl to try out this lifestyle.
And how did that go?
I believe they have agreed to disagree.
How's Erend handling things?
He is becoming increasingly accustomed to use of the focus, after an initial incident.
What did he do?
He unfortunately crushed his first focus as he attempted to affix it to his temple. Amongst a number of Oseram curses, I believe he also blamed the focus for being dainty. He has given repeated assurances that it will not happen again.
Well, good thing we have a lot of extras, I guess.
That is very errant.
Gaia? What was Elizabeth like?
Her presence is interwoven with my memories. The moment I came online, she was there. We exchanged greetings, names, then set to our task. It was the first of many conversations. I enjoyed being in her company, listening to her stories. She was my creator, my guide.
Your friend?
Yes. When I reviewed the data on your focus, I was saddened to learn of her fate, though I am glad she made it whole. I deeply wish she did not have to be alone.
She was okay with that. She gave all of herself. The only one who could. Thanks, Gaia. So, Project Zero Dawn. The greatest minds in the world, all working to build the terraforming system while the Pharaoh Plague devoured the planet. What was it like?
Personnel worked in rotations, at all hours of the day. Resources and technology were secured from across the world. Within a month of the project's conception, I was launched and began my education. Elizabeth encouraged me to spend time with the rest of the Zero Dawn staff. She said it was important to experience many personalities and perspectives to aid in my emotional development.
What were they like?
Scared, hopeful, determined. They were hurtling toward technological achievements on a scale never before attempted. I owe everything to their dedication.
So the Hades Proving Lab, where I found the Gaia kernel. It used to be a Pharaoh research facility?
Yes. Prior to appropriation by Zero Dawn, the facility was used to engineer and test advanced computer viruses. It appears to have been one of many research initiatives by Pharaoh Automated Solutions.
I guess it wasn't enough to build automated killing machines. He wanted viruses to infect them with too. So, a while back, before the battle at Meridian, I went into Banuk territory. I discovered another AI there, one not related to Zero Dawn. Scion. It was created to oversee operations for a volcanic stabilization project, and it spent the last 1,000 years in isolation. I'm guessing you didn't know about it?
No. From the data on your focus, it seems that Scion was cut off from the outside world, an effort by its creators to protect it from the Pharaoh Plague.
Any chance it could help us now?
I have already attempted contact, with no success. Given its previous experience with accepting an outside network request, I imagine it is unwilling to do so again.
Right. Because last time Hephaestus enslaved it. Well, that's too bad. I think the two of you would have had a lot to talk about. The processor Ether was installed on was part of an ancient war museum. A memorial to something called the Hot Zone Crisis. Do you know anything about it?
My knowledge of historical events was unfortunately lost with the Apollo database. However, climate data indicates a peak in regional temperatures in the 2030s. Such conditions would see extreme, prolonged droughts, an increase in dust storms, and a loss of habitable landmass.
But they wouldn't have built a museum in the middle of a wasteland. So I guess things got better eventually.
Yes. Data suggests that temperatures returned to average levels in the clawback era of the 2040s.
There was an ancient tank embedded in the bulwark, buried under a bunch of boulders. Any idea how it got there?
During the Pharaoh Plague, the US military resumed the use of human combatants, as automated machinery was unreliable. It is possible the vehicle was part of a pre-automated war fleet.
So they fought against the Pharaoh machines in the valley, until the mountain was blasted apart and buried them. So this facility, the Regional Control Center, it was meant to oversee the terraforming system?
For the local region, yes. Had humans received their education from the Apollo database, they would have then been guided here to assume operation. As that never happened, this place remained vacant.
Until Minerva decided to settle here. So I guess this room was meant to keep an eye on conditions outside?
Yes. From here, the facility's operators would have been able to observe weather and machine activity in real time.
That would have been quite a sight.
It may still be possible to view some of them, should you find and reconnect the cameras to this room's console.
I'll keep a lookout. I'll be on my way.
I wish you safe travels.
Good to know. I'll check it out when I can.
Their room. This is the lab. Probably still, yeah, I'm in the same spot and I have not come across any plow horns.
Holograms. Gaia, I thought you said the data here was lost.
I was able to repurpose the equipment to store the data you have acquired in your travels.
Interesting.
Looks like Arendt and Katalo moved their stuff in.
Well, I didn't expect it to actually let me in there.
Oh, looks like I can open that door now.
This door?
Gaia, what was this room for?
This was intended to be a recreational room for Control Center operatives. Unfortunately, the entertainment modules were lost with the Apollo database.
Just a little nosy.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I need to do cauldrons. But I also have to do this,
There she is.
quest
You ready
first.
to head out?
Let's go.
Look at us. 3 battle-hardened badasses.
VR is
forging into
pretty
the
fun.
unknown. This ought to be good. This distress call had to be up a really steep mountain, huh?
Vermin.
Huh.
What is that?
What the hell?
Well, that takes the
Just bristlebacks and charges.
Burrow, see if there's anything over there.
On it.
We'll check out the battlefield. Let's start with that zenith.
Yeah, that's rough. That's cool that they
Well,
got it,
obviously
though.
more zeniths than we know about.
Can't believe you fought one of them.
Almost didn't make it.
Who'd have thought it was just an energized ballista that, you needed?
Whatever the rebels did, it took down her shield. But why was she here? I can access her last communication file, but I'll use my focus to scan the battlefield too.
What about that crazy weapon the Zenith had?
If it looked like she can make it come and go, it will. But it's gone now.
Yeah. Well, go do your thing.
Quieter when it
I'll wait
sounds.
here.
Well, they took out one of
The
these.
Spectre had instructions to assist recovery of the asset. I wonder what this asset is.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just what I needed.
Oh. I think they called them rebels as well. Oh yeah, look. Tenakth rebels, Oseram, Zenith.
An Oseram with a focus. Looks like he was sending data on the weapons somewhere else. Weapon's still hot. I need to know how it worked. But I'll have to check on it once it's cooled off.
Thankfully, we're in the snow. So it should be okay. Should cool down pretty quick.
Looks like the rebels camped here for a while. Are they watching this area? Alright. I think I have an idea what happened here. I better get back to Erend. Falling gently.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, she who sees the unseen. What did you find out?
This was a carefully planned attack. I found camping gear up there. The rebels must have been staking out this place for at least a few days. They were waiting for the Zeniths to show up. All so that they could test that weapon. The Zeniths have a personal shield that makes them invulnerable, but somehow the weapon got rid of it. The Oseram that was operating it was sending data on it somewhere else. It was probably just a prototype.
I've known tinkers that do that. I'd do a little trial run before breaking out the real thing. Well, I guess it's still a work in progress, if it blew up.
She was searching for something she lost. Her drone had instructions to recover something called the asset.
The asset? Is that the sub-function thing that you said could be here? Eleuthia?
I'm not sure. Come on, let's go talk to Varl. That's a long way down.
Something tunneled straight down into the mountain. Looks recent.
Whatever it was, it must have been powerful. That Zenith the rebels killed was looking for something called the asset. I don't know what it is, but my guess is it's somewhere down there.
All right, so we head down.
Erend, stay here and stand watch. That Zenith isn't the only one of its kind. I don't want to be caught by surprise if the others show up.
Oh, it's all good.
Contact us by focus if you see anything.
Okay. If any trouble shows up, I'll call you.
It's still pretty vague. Look at this one. The Spectre thing. Interesting. It's not like a spot for a person. A metal ball. I don't see that. I swear I'm blind.
There's some kind of old world ruin down here.
You said the Zeniths have their own backup of Gaia, right?
Yeah, from the Proving Lab.
No,
so maybe
nothing.
they were after Eleuthia. Found its hiding spot, so it sent the distress signal.
Maybe. Looks like some kind of data center. I might be able to access the facility systems from that console. This was a Far Zenith research lab. It looks like a lot of data was beamcast from here recently. From that device nearby.
So Eleuthia's gone?
If it was ever here, then probably. But then why were the Zeniths still searching for the asset?
Maybe.
Let's keep looking around.
So, exploring another Far Zenith ruin.
At least this one doesn't seem to have giant killer machines.
Or anything you can blow up. All this stuff. Wonder what they were doing here.
Well, knowing Far Zenith, probably discovering amazing things. For their own benefit.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Love the little under the breath additions.
Ectogenic chambers. Like the ones I saw inside a Zero Dawn cradle facility. This
What
place
were they
keeps
for?
on going. Remember when I told you I was made, not born? This is how.
A machine that makes a person. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Claire, I wish you'd been on the call with me with Zero Dawn. Whoever negotiated this deal with them was ingenious. A bunch of our old tech collecting dust and storage in exchange for a copy of all human knowledge. Talk about a bargain. And the guy heading up the Eleuthia subfunction, Patrick Burchard Klein, you could practically see sparkles in his eyes when he was bombarding us with follow-up questions on the ectogenic chamber's design. It was like we were waving catnip in front of him. Anyway, they're requesting additional material on nutrition delivery. Higher-ups gave the go-ahead, so send everything over we have. Burchard Klein will probably pee his pants in glee. Dan.
This place is huge. Some kind of storage room, maybe.
Maybe the asset is in here somewhere.
If it is, somehow the Zenith couldn't find it. Let's look around. So, how is Erend taking all of this? Really?
Well, Gaia, the Zeniths, the Focus. It's a lot. But when I caught up to him in the Daunt and said you needed our help, he dropped everything and turned around.
Well, he's loyal. That's for sure.
He's a good boy.
A control console. To access the storage units.
Can it tell us if the asset is in one of them?
Well, let's find out.
$236 containers in storage. Please enter the container number you'd like to retrieve.
236? Wasn't there a number in the distress signal?
You're right. I should check the log.
Thanks, Val. Text data points. I don't know. Ark, I will take that. Thank you. Thanks.
236 containers in storage. Please enter the container number.
The way those are swinging around like that makes me think of all the doors in Monsters, Inc. It's a good question.
Aloy. It's you. Skin's like ice. Must have cut this from her head. But why?
Is this another clone?
Hello, Elizabeth. Apologies, I don't know what else to call you. My name is Beta. I'm afraid I must be brief. I only have a few minutes before my keepers discover I'm missing, and I still need to remove this implant. I had hoped to find shelter with you, but if you're viewing this, I may be dead. Be careful when you take on Farsineth. They are ruthless, and they have Eleuthia, Artemis, and Apollo now. But at least I don't have the Gaia kernel to merge them with. You must succeed. Oh, this was all for nothing. Good luck. And goodbye. So she's
still alive.
We need to get her back to...
Oh shit, they can fly? Aloy! Aloy, can you hear me through this thing?
What's going on, Erend?
Two of those Spectre things just fell out of the sky. One of them is heading down towards you. The other one's waiting up here.
We're coming up. Stay in cover until I get there.
You got it.
Get her to cover in that room. Whatever happens, she stays with us.
I'll protect her.
I should prepare before the Spectre gets here. I can't let it get through to Varl and the clone.
Okay, where are they?
Here it comes! Ooh, ugly one, aren't you?
Oh. We weren't expecting a double attack and a back into the wall.
That thing's quick.
It is quick. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I'm trying to see what it's weak to. Spectre. Oh my goodness. Prepare by gaining the ability to just dodge literally anything. Yes. Oh, you came that way. Oh, I see. Sir, that is not cool. And I did not appreciate it. Oh, there you
Damn, ammo's out.
Okay. Get it. Why is he just waiting there? That was an attack. Oh my goodness.
There.
Are you okay, Aloy?
Got him.
Yeah, I'm heading up top. Stay down here with the clone for now.
Got it. I'll follow once the coast is clear.
GG
Gotta get back
indeed,
up top
thank
and deal with
you.
Elder Spectre. I just hope Aaron stays in cover.
I looted everything from it. I did not pay attention to what I actually took. May have to go back and look at the VOD.
Aloy!
Erend!
And the Spectre's dug its heels in. It's got me pinned down.
Hang tight. I'm almost there.
Just hurry.
Hang tight, because I've got this data point that I missed. I'm not even going to bother reading that. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm curious now too. That's the thing. I'm saying I may go back and look at the VOD to see.
That doesn't sound good. I gotta get to Erend.
Let's just flip that up.
Erend, I'm here.
Watch out! That thing's shooting down the center.
Stay put. I'll see what I can do.
And the second you need me, I'm there.
Spectre's not budging from that spot. I might be able to sneak up on him. Shield down!
I may be able to sneak up on it right as I'm like...
I could use it against the Spectre. Ah!
Okay.
You okay?
Oh, okay.
Much better.
Hey, I thought you were attacking Erend.
Aloy, she's... Look, I swear I'm not drunk, but right now I'm seeing double.
Long story, but it'll have to wait.
She needs a healer, but we need to get her back to the base immediately.
Right. Yeah. Well, what are we waiting for then?
You two go on ahead. I need to take another look at that weapon. If I can figure out how that thing works, maybe the Zeniths won't be so invincible after all.
Okay, but loot from the Spectre I just killed? Okay, what do we got?
Crunch under my boots.
Crystal braiding, lost paste, metal bone, piercing spike, coil, Ravager circulator, metal shards, braided wire, glow blast, sparker. He didn't. It's not time. He'll get it later.
No. Damn it. Well, it's better than nothing.
Oh, that's the ball thing you were talking about. I figured that the what's it called had found those other ones, the ones that were missing from the scan, like the Artemis and stuff.
I need to get the weapon fragment to Gaia to analyze. If we can replicate it, maybe we'll have a way to defeat the Zeniths. I should check on the clone, too. Varl. Erend? You okay?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't I be?
Because there's two of me now.
There's two of you now! At least you seem to be handling it okay.
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I'm trying. What you reading next?
I saw Gaia added something to the archives about metal rods being used to harness lightning during storms. Guy reminded me of a cousin of mine. Thought he could trap lightning if he covered himself in Stormbird plates. Went up the tallest mountain in the claim to prove
Yeah, exactly.
it ended like a lot of Oseram things do. With a spark and a boom.
What are you working on with your focus?
I'm still figuring out how to read stuff on this thing. Those two lovebirds over there have been giving me a hand. But to be honest, all the little symbols, they give me a headache. But I'll get up to speed. I promise.
Did you speak with Beta at all?
She didn't really wake up till we brought her here. And when she did, I thought it'd be better if Zoe and Varl took care of her. No use crowding someone when they're in a state.
Oh, yeah.
I have to get going.
Don't go causing too much trouble.
Aloy, you're back.
Yeah, I'm just, checking up on how everyone's doing.
You mean after meeting someone who looks exactly like you, but isn't you, down in the basement? Guess this must be even stranger for you than it is for us, huh?
A little.
Varl said she may be able to help us in our mission, though.
Maybe. What else have you been up to?
I've been studying Gaia's seedlings, the subfunctions. I wanted to understand why one of them would do what they did to Fa. Imagine my surprise when I looked into this Hephaestus and found out it helped create all machines, our land gods included. In a way,
Oh, you know what?
the Utaru owe Hephaestus our whole way of
Yeah,
life.
it could be either of them, because
as
the
well as our current troubles.
Nora liked candles
That's why
too,
we have
right?
to make Gaia whole again. Learn anything interesting lately?
There's been much to read up on now that Aether has been reunited with Gaia. It's hard to imagine that machines like Stormbirds once helped heal the skies. I used to be terrified of them as a child. Thunder still brings chills to my skin. But everything Gaia creates has a purpose, no?
Yeah. And if we can get Hephaestus back, she can get those Stormbirds in line. You said you met Beta?
Varl mentioned she was hurt. I thought I'd offer her an extract to soothe the pain.
That was kind of you.
I just hope she doesn't plan on staying burrowed down there like that. She looks like she's barely seen the light of day as it is.
I need to get going.
May the land bloom in your steps. Aloy, we've gathered some supplies in that chest. Take what you need.
Take what I need. Okay. Everything. Thank you. Okay, anyone else?
Aloy! Glad you made it back okay. She panicked after waking up and stumbled down here. I thought it best to wait for you.
I'll talk to her. Hello? It's Beta, right? My name's Aloy. What's wrong? Is it your injury? Simulacrum withdrawal syndrome. I don't understand. Sudden removal of a neurologically integrated data device. The brain, especially the cerebellum, goes into a kind of sensory freefall. Everything real feels unreal. Distant. Is there anything that can help? Do you have a focus to spare? It's primitive, but I can make it work. Yeah. Booting up. So, Aloy, I suppose you want information about you and the Zeniths? Yeah. Why are they here? What do they want? How do they get you? But let's start at the beginning. I'm guessing they faked the destruction of their ship 1,000 years ago? That seems consistent with their behavior. They wouldn't want to be followed. So far, Zenith established a colony world after all. Yes, for a few hundred years, but it didn't last. Some sort of natural disaster rendered it uninhabitable. Okay, so the descendants of Far Zenith escaped a dying planet, and now they want to claim Earth for themselves? Not their descendants. What? Not their descendants. It's them. The same ones who left Earth 1,000 years ago. You didn't know? How can they still be alive? They don't even look... What did they do to themselves? I believe it's a combination of pharmaceutical, cellular treatments, and technological implants. And you? Does that mean that you're... I'm not like them. I was made. On the way to Earth. On the ship. I spent years studying in my training interface, all so that I could serve my function. Access and control of the terraforming system. But why? What do the Zeniths want with it? When I discovered the Zero Dawn system had disseminated into its subcomponents, I thought my purpose was to fix it. But I don't think the Zeniths want that at all. I think they want to wipe Earth clean and start over. So the Zeniths want to exterminate life on Earth. That's what Gaia and I concluded too. But why? Why kill everyone just to take over? When they took me on missions with them, I saw how they butchered the tribal people we encountered. They didn't seem to care about a rejuvenated Earth, so I concluded that they must want a hard reboot of the system. Then they can redesign it to be exactly what they want. Mass extinction for their own comfort?
Who knows?
Who thinks like that? Well, without their Gaia kernel, they'll have a hard time doing that.
Yeah, I was gonna say just general a-hole behavior.
The Zeniths needed Elizabeth's gene print to access Zero Dawn facilities. So they made you. Trained you. And you went along with it? They told me I was born to interface with the Zero Dawn system. When we reached Earth, I pieced together what must have happened to Gaia and her subordinate functions. That's when I started to realize I wasn't meant to fix Gaia. That they must have made me so I could do what their remote extinction signal failed to do. Reboot Earth for their own benefit. So you know about the extinction signal? It was speculation, but the only logical conclusion why Gaia suddenly self-destructed after operating efficiently for centuries. Gaia would have only undertaken such a desperate course of action if it had detected a threat to life on Earth that was more dangerous than ceasing function altogether. I should have realized that she would also order the recreation of Elizabeth Sobek to rebuild her. Yeah, well, surprise. So we're dealing with the same Far Zenith people who once lived on Earth. What else do you know about them? They were some of the most affluent and powerful people on Earth. They controlled almost every major resource, every industry. Gerard commands them. He's the one who decided to set up a base. The others, Eric, Tilda, Verbena, they resent his authority over them, but in the end, they always do what he says. Eric. He's the one I fought back in the Hades Proving Lab.
He enjoys hurting people.
Yeah, I know. You mentioned the Zenith set up a base here on Earth. Where is it?
Off the coast, I think. Whenever I had to go on missions, I was transported inside of a Spectre drone. I couldn't see anything outside. But I did overhear the Zeniths talking about it once. They were discussing setting up a perimeter energy shield to repel the local fauna. I'm certain they have other security measures. Spectre patrols, machine wars. It must be impregnable.
What's inside the base?
Launch facilities, so they can shuttle back and forth to their ship in orbit. Plus infrastructure to gather materials and fabricate anything they need.
Are there more Zeniths than the ones you met?
I'm not sure.
I
suppose
also
there
thought
must
that.
be more of them in the base or back on the ship. For all I know, there could be more of them out in space.
Oh,
Other
there you go.
survivors of the colony.
You said the Zenith's colony in the Sirius system was destroyed. What happened?
All I was ever told was that a natural disaster forced them to leave Sirius. I've speculated that it was an extrasolar object or a cataclysmic seismic event. Or maybe even an abnormally violent coronal mass ejection from Sirius A.
The Zeniths never told you any details.
They said the only thing that mattered was that they survived. First Earth, 1,000 years ago, and then Sirius.
Guess they survived old age, too. How did you escape the Zeniths?
Before the Hades Proving Lab, I never thought I'd get away from them. Even if I were to run. I'd never survive on my own in the wilds. But then I saw you. And I thought that maybe you could help me. So when the Zeniths pinpointed Eluthia's location in the biomedical research facility, I saw an opportunity.
You said you saw an opportunity to escape when you went to capture Eluthia. What did you do, exactly?
Whenever I was taken out on a mission to recover a subordinate function, only one of the Zeniths would go with me.
The one the rebels killed, outside the facility.
Verbena's dead? How did they bypass her shield?
I'm looking into it. But you were talking about your escape?
Well, when it was time to use the Zenith's transmitter to send Eluthia back to base, I also sent the encrypted transmission. Then I distracted Verbena long enough to seal myself in the ectogenic chamber, altering the facility's log so it appeared that there were only 236 containers.
And the Gaia root kernel?
I told them I could capture Eluthia faster if I had it with me, and they believed me.
Well done. You said you were born on the way to Earth. In an artificial womb, I'm guessing?
The Zeniths had an ectogenic chamber aboard the ship. An updated version of the one you found me in. They must have used a stored sample of Elizabeth's DNA.
I doubt Elizabeth would have let them take her DNA. Do you know how they got it?
That wasn't part of the archive I was allowed to access.
You said you spent years studying in a training interface. Was this archive you mentioned part of that?
But only the parts I was permitted to access. Aristotle and Aspasia, the avatars of the archive, would assign me learning modules and evaluate my progress.
Wait, those names. They were designed to be the virtual guides for the Apollo database, before Ted Faro purged it.
The Zeniths have a copy.
So it still exists. And you got to learn from it.
Only what was deemed pertinent to the mission. If I requested information outside of my parameters, my tutors would deny it.
That's super
To have
interesting.
all that knowledge, just out of reach. Must have been frustrating. Alright, I think that's enough for now. Do you want to come upstairs, or...?
So how long? You know, your plan. How long before Gaius fabricated a machine army to defeat the Zeniths?
How did you know?
Optimal strategy, so?
Well, I still have to get 2 more subordinate functions before Guy is powerful enough to absorb Hephaestus.
What? You don't have Hephaestus already?
Guy is still figuring out how to capture it. It's not confined to a single location, of course not!
You didn't even know who the Zeniths really are.
You were supposed to be further along by now!
Coming here was a mistake. They're gonna find me. They're gonna find this place and take me back. This was all for nothing.
They're not going to find us. Guy is using Minerva to mask our location.
What difference does it make? You're too far behind. We're never going to beat them. Everything. Everyone. They're gonna die.
Hey. Calm down. You're here now, right? So is there anything you can do to help?
I have certain knowledge sets. And given your state of progress, expertise you probably lack. Geoengineering, of course. Computer science, physics, biology, chemistry.
Okay. Well, see if you can do something with that. Talk to Gaia. I'll check on you later.
How'd it go?
Her injury's not that bad, but I think she regrets coming here. Feeling might be mutual.
I'll come back later and talk to her. See if I can learn anything.
I should get the weapon fragment to Gaia.
Welcome back. Aloy, I see we have a new guest. So now we know the origin of the transmission.
Yeah. I also recovered this. The weapon it was part of somehow stripped a Zenith of its shield, but it malfunctioned and blew up.
Hey, we
If
survive
can
on
recreate the weapon and
medicinal
improve it,
berries.
maybe we'll gain the upper hand on the Zeniths.
A moment, I will scan it.
We don't eat main meals, because that would remove room that we could use for medicinal
By
berries.
combining the results with data from your focus, I can infer that the weapon was highly advanced, comparable to Zenith technology, but not how it worked.
Did the explosion corrupt the data?
It was only a catalyst. The moment the weapon malfunctioned, it appears a command executed to purge all data within its core. Ostensibly, this was to prevent the weapon's secrets from falling into enemy hands. Whoever designed this weapon knew how to cover their tracks.
Silence.
I was gonna say it's
Based on
probably
your
silence.
data on him, that is my conclusion as well.
And he's not gonna cooperate with us. Well, it was worth a shot. But that's not all. The Zeniths got Eleuthia, along with Artemis and Apollo.
That is unfortunate. However, our original plan remains unchanged. The 2 remaining subordinate functions should increase my heuristic processing density enough to absorb Hephaestus.
Right. One problem at a time.
Yeah, I do.
Well, I guess I better get back out there.
I wish you luck on your search.
Right.
Oh yeah, I think I actually
Thanks,
have
Guy.
some stew in there.
So I guess we won't be making use of Cylon's weapon. And now there is another clone of Elizabeth here with us. But I can't let it distract me. I still have 2 more sub-functions to get.
It's a little loud, Aaron.
I know. That makes you want to punch something.
Don't you also keep your stew in a sack?
You're the one that helped me find
That's
it.
the best
People make mistakes.
container for it.
Hey, you and Erend okay?
Nothing some rest can't take care of. Are you okay? This beta thing, it's a lot. Even for you.
Just trying to take it one step at a time.
Fair enough. If you need anything, just let me know.
It's good to see you and Zoe enjoying yourselves.
We're learning a lot. I've actually been looking through the data to find ideas for a gift, and to thank her for helping me study the glyphs. Something from the old world that she's never seen before. Instead, I found out they gave each other stuffed animals. If you ask me, stuffing a dead animal with anything, really, doesn't sound like a good time for anybody.
Maybe Gaia can help you find something else.
Just imagining him now, like, finding like a squirrel or something and like doing a terrible taxidermy job on it and just giving it to Zoe, like, here you go.
How's everyone dealing with Beta?
I tried explaining what a clone is to Erend. He was totally lost. Then Zoe said something about 2 trees coming from 1 seed. That seemed to help a bit.
I see everyone's settling in.
Zoe's planning on bringing all kinds of plants in here. Says a home should always spring with life anew. I asked Erend to help find some. I think he'd rather stick his head into a snap mall.
Still, it's not a bad idea. Should liven up the place.
Plushies. But he misunderstood it to be like it was like stuffed animals, and he was thinking literally stuffing animals.
I should get back to the wilds.
I'll keep an eye on Beta. Make sure she's comfortable.
Okay.
There is something I'd like to discuss. It's about the land gods. If you have time, that is.
Taxidermy plushies. You know what? One of my favorite things is there's a subreddit for crap taxidermy. It's the best. Like, some of the things on there are just monstrous.
You said you wanted to talk about the land gods?
I think there's a way to heal them so that they'll once again provide Plainsong with grain. Gaia gave me a set of instructions. She called it, reboot code. If we deliver it to the land gods, their derangement will end.
That's great.
Maybe. There are thorns on the path. Unless the code is given by Hephaestus, the land gods will reject it. Gaia showed me a way around this. We need components called control cores from machines made by Hephaestus. Machines similar to the land gods.
You mean Grimhorns? Like the one we fought in the repair bay?
Yes. Gaia helped me locate 2 of them out west.
So, kill the machines, get the control cores, then use them to adapt the reboot code into something the land gods will obey?
If all goes well. But taking down 2 Grimhorns won't be easy.
We'll do it together.
Bless you, Aloy. I'll send you the location of the machines.
You know what? Actually, there's a place that we occasionally go to, like, because we're in like the Vancouver area, and so sometimes we go over to Victoria on like Vancouver Island, and so somewhere there's this store, and it has like random things, and it's like arts and crafts, but like some of that arts and crafts is taxidermy, and they often have some very niche taxidermy pieces. One time I went in there and there was a rabbit mage, and that that may be my favorite taxidermy piece of all time, is the rabbit mage. And I think last time I was there, they had a, like, it was like a little, like, model car, right? Like a convertible. And it was it's kind of like Bonnie and Clyde with, like, little mice. I mean, it was high quality taxidermy, but it's just,
I'll let you
it's
know when I get
interesting
close
to
those
see.
Grimhorns.
Good.
I'll say.
If we can get their control cores, maybe we really can heal the land gods.
You know what? I'm happy you're happy. I'm happy to get the metal ball too. Let's solve some mysteries. You got more tribute for me yet? No? Wow. You know what? Let's go. Oh, right, that's that one.
So this Hephaestus, he's like Gaia's version of Black.
Well, we'll head out first.
I thought I felt the snow chill.
And then I'm gonna look for cauldrons because I need to do cauldrons. Really. So I know this one's here, so we'll go there. Like, keep the steward a cauldron than in a sack. I do agree. Oh, I'm getting Amazon banners at the bottom of the stream. We are blessed by Jeffrey Bezos.
Aloy, it appears that you are close to a cauldron. There may be more machine override you could acquire from its core. I will mark its location in your focus.
Okay, thanks, Gaia.
Yes, let's actively set it. Yeah, I know. It's just interesting because I never see like what comes up on my stream, you know? I also would rather that than ads. Like, the banners are much less invasive. I'm doing a cauldron.
A cauldron.
Yeah, there you go.
If I can reach its core, I should get enough data to override some new machines.
Don't look at me. Okay. night, sweet prince. Capital Reef. What's Capital Reef? Come on, little Kanga. Come here. Oh. Wow, those are nice pirouettes. Yeah, bad idea. No melee. Oh, okay. Utah would make sense, I think. This is approximately Utah. Oh, okay. I thought that was it dying. No. No one called for a scrapper or whatever you are. Scrounger, scrapper.
I can keep going.
Garbage machine. National Park is in this game on the eastern part of the map. Oh, okay.
The next fight. Should be able to hack this open.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5, I think, like big national parks that are at least partially in Utah.
No turning back once I'm inside. These ledges look like they'll hold up.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Me and my mother-in-law want to go to the parks.
There it is. Well, seems... maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Here we go again!
This is exciting.
That was fun.
That's pretty cool.
I need to find my way to the core.
like all the nature stuff. Like, that was one of the nice things about moving out to, like, British Columbia. Because there's just so much, like, nature. Like, the mountains are right here. There's waterfalls. It's not far from the ocean. Very different to the very flat portion of England that I am from. Banff and Jasper.
Should be able to get across if
and
I near the gap.
The other one.
Shield. I'll have to find a different path. More machines. Gotta find a way to the other side.
Yeah, I've not actually been out to Banff and stuff, but I would like to. Because I have heard it's very nice.
I have to get past this shield. Everything's being moved to the back of this corridor. That has to be the core.
What's in here? I mean, we love our shrooms.
get better.
Well then. Is this coming towards me? Am I grabbing this or am I doing something else? Does not come toward. Oh, okay. It's literally super bright yellow things right here.
Maybe I can use that all to get across. Someone's gonna have extra. Jumping onto that arm should be easy enough. Machines past that shield. I'll have to be careful.
Yes.
Shellwalkers coming around. I wonder what it's got in that container on its back.
I think death is in the container.
This cloud should hide me for a while. Okay, new plan.
Did I get it? I did not get it. Okay. Mr. Shellwalker, would appreciate a little more kindness. Sir. Rewind. Forgot about that movie. You just hit me through that? At this rate, I'm gonna have to give up and get his loot. Like, it's almost like he doesn't want stuff shot off of his body. Just, it's really not very cash money of him. There we go. Weird without their shells.
These were this enough.
Hey, shroomies. I was gonna say, is this where I just was?
Those metal cables could have been closer to the core. But how do I reach them? Save the extra stock for later.
That's a no-go. Why are there mushrooms up here? I want them. Oh, okay, do I need that? Is this the Dilio? These ones have what's it called on them. They don't come close enough for me. It's not my jump there. Oh, here we go.
Could try getting to that arm below.
But how?
Thanks. I can make that jump. Close.
Good times. We love the fake out. Fake out fall.
I should be able to hitch a ride on those metal carriers.
Yeah.
I made it this far. Just have to hold on a little longer. I'm gonna have to get off this thing soon. Those arms can help me reach the core. I just have to get to them. Right. More to go.
Yeah.
Those metal carriers should get me to the core.
She doesn't want her arms to get tired, so she's just
Look
like,
at those
yeah.
machine overrides.
Just tugging my headphones out. Ooh. Mushroom.
I've never seen machines stored like that. I guess it's deactivated for now.
Widemore's the hippo, isn't it? Yeah, we have those.
Here I come!
Well,
There's the core. Now I just need to access it.
let's just go for it. What's the worst that could happen? Get attacked by a hippo?
Guess I'm not getting those overrides without a fight. The machine's got backup.
Is that another one? Sir,
Right? Next time.
backup is illegal. No. Woo!
Oh!
Okay.
I'm not giving up.
My God, nice.
Should be able to access the core now.
This is the hippo cauldron.
Looks like
I
Hephaestus has been upgrading the cauldron
probably
security
shouldn't
grid.
be up all night. It's 3:30. I'm pulling a tiff.
Pack's full, but my stash has room. Should be able to override more machines with this.
you go, look at that.
Encrypted data. If I get the right codes, I can restore it, like Gaia showed me.
GG, thank you.
The data I got from that core, I should be able to override this machine. Now everyone's on the same side. At least for a while. Machine's onto me.
What time is it for you guys? Ark and Breach, what time zones are you in?
Ready for anything now.
Is that my one? The override's over already? Oh, I have 11 skill points. That's kind of cool. I think I'll go and do these ruins and then call it. there's a quest up here.
What do you need?
I prefer
A
to
squad
when
of
he was
Tanakh is holed up in
legless.
the cave to the south. I think they're in trouble. At least one of them is injured. I'm headed there to offer help. But with the Tanakh, such an offer might be perceived as an insult, even when help is needed. Will you come with me? I saw you speak before the chorus, so I know you can be persuasive. And if things get out of hand, I will be stronger with your spear at my side.
Isn't there someone in Plainsong who can go with you?
Not with Tanakh rebels prowling our borders. No one wants to get involved.
I have some other things to take care of first. Their camp is south, he said?
Yes, I'm headed there now. Join me when you can.
Thinking that position's going to be comfortable, and then I sit on my hip weird. And it's mad.
I'll keep some extra on hand. An old world ruin. I wonder what's...
I wonder what's inside.
Inside.
Oh. That's the wrong one.
Okay, let's see what we can find around here.
Yeah, I see the crate. Oh, is that gleam shine stuff or whatever?
There we go.
Yeah.
Ha! An energy cell. But it looks like it's out of power. Shouldn't wander too far while carrying this thing. old world relic. How do I get in there to get it?
Let's go move that crate around and see what's up.
This crate might be useful.
Let's have a look in here first.
Looks like this door's locked. Maybe there's another way in. All right, I'm in.
On. Okay, Ark. Thanks for coming along. I'm doing these ruins and then I'm also gonna go to bed. Thanks for coming by. Have a good one.
Looks like this thing needs power.
Hans, beware. Tonight, after hours at the Zion Museum? Oh damn, that's your party? Yeah, of course I'm there. Good. So can you keep a secret? Isn't the whole party a secret? I mean, we're crashing your workplace. Not crashing, I'm organizing with Pioneering Party of the Century with an exhibit to go with it. But more importantly, if you use VIP code 2204, you can get into the office on the second floor. That's where the real party will be. Okay. So how many VIPs will be there? 2.
This data might help.
2204. Okay, so I got that. That's a battery core thing. Oh, what's this? This is
There's some kind of device here.
I was going to say that's to charge that.
It's not hooking onto that. I think I can slot this energy cell into that device. There we go. Charge the energy cell.
Just like that.
Water discharge the energy in the cell. I gotta power it up again. Lost its charge when it hit the water.
Aloy.
I better try
Like,
again.
you can lift it higher than that, just to get it over. It's our favorite pastime. Oh, or not. I thought it was time to knock over a tree.
Some kind of lock for the door. Looks like it needs power.
Most certainly does need power. Okay.
Okay, let's get this crate out of there.
Is it here? Can she jump? Holding the battery. Nope.
Energy cell lost its charge. I have to power it up again.
Oh.
Get the charged energy cell across the water, but how? Child. There. The lock on the door above should have power now. Easy. Okay. This thing has power now.
What is it, 2204?
There we go. Another one of these relics. Guess I'll hold on to it for now. Might find a use for it later. I could look around more before I head out. See what else I can find.
Okay, let's have a look. Let's try this. I did beat the Cauldron, and then I also did a Ruin. And now I'm going to end my stream because it is 4 AM. Yes, it is. I need to sleep. Good night. Thank you. Thanks for coming along and helping me find the ball. It's been good. And hope to see you again soon. I think I'm gonna, well, it depends what time I wake up, but I'm gonna probably just stream again when I wake up. But if I'm too late, I'm planning on playing a game with another streamer, Dickie Mackay. Except we're gonna play 7 Days to Die. I just have to make sure it runs on my PC with the mods and stuff they want to play. But yeah, so that's the plan. Take care and hopefully see you soon.